1212. What is up, everybody? Long time no see. Let me know if you guys can hear me clearly, because I don't have my earpods on. Sometimes it could be staticky. I wanted to name the title of this video better, but it didn't let me. They changed this shit, so I'm not used to it. So first and foremost, happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful moms, and including my mom who's departed. Obviously, it's a hard day for me. Also, I haven't really wished anybody a happy Mother's Day while my people in Gaza are being slaughtered and starved and brutalized. So it makes it very difficult. Sorry to get political on here. Also, I know I've been MIA. I've been trying to catch up with my readings. Keep in mind that any readings that Gabby has allowed to be booked or consultations are right now a courtesy, because I was supposed to be able to take time off from readings. But Gabby made exceptions, and we made exceptions. She asked my permission. As long as you guys understand, those of you who booked, you understand that you may be waiting. I've been saying the readings are 45 minutes, but they go well into 3 hours. So it's really difficult, and then especially with time differences, getting to people that live in different countries when I can't get to them until 5 o'clock my time or 6 o'clock my time. It makes it very difficult, and as I always say, my work is priority. Hence why I haven't been posting a lot or going live or doing pick-a cards, because I feel wrong doing that when people are still waiting for their readings. But Gabby has made it clear that these are readings I took on as an exception, hence why they're not on my website, and you have to book through Gabby directly through the email or through me. Please don't text me about it. Please just email Gabby, and she'll ask me, and I'll, depending on who it is, I will give permission. So if those of you can't wait or understand that, oh, hi, Bunder. Hi, Stella. Let me say hi to everybody. T-Baby. If I miss you, don't think I'm ignoring you. I don't see all the comments. Dragon King. Hey, Habibi. And Kita. I hope you're fine. Thank you, Habibi. El Sancho. Stella. Galactic Goddess. Sophia. Sugar Bear. The Robertson sister. My girl. Crystal. T-Baby. Giggles. Cat. Queen of Coins, Midnight Crypt, Sydney, Raven, Q2Wise, Mahek, Sydney, Shane, Serena. I missed you more, Habibti. I know I owe you a reading. Bear with me, y'all. I'm only one person, and like I said, theoretically, a reading that should only be 45 minutes to an hour. We got an hour prelude. 30-minute chit chat, most tops, like chit chat that doesn't count. Chit chat about your situation and chit chat of just, bullshitting. Hi, how are you? I have this iWatch and I time it. So whenever we get to just, because at this point we're friends, my clients and I. And they'll ask me how I'm doing, and I'll, tell them, oh, this and that or whatever. I always stop the timer whenever I'm talking about anything about myself. The timer starts again when I talk about things regarding your reading, okay, or your situation. Though, we are friends, it's still technically, if we're talking about your case or we're talking about your situation or what we're reading about, that's time that should be counted against the reading. Though I love talking to you guys, if it's about what we're reading, it's part of the reading. So we got the hour prelude. So we got the hey, how you doing? Chit chat, good. An hour prelude. Oh, this, that, and whatever. Even though I try to prevent that, and mostly with newbies, they don't do that because they want. I won't let them. I'll say, don't tell me anything. I want to read it first, and then you could fill in the blanks. I don't want you to tell me all the shit and then I just regurgitate it. That just, first of all, I don't get to show off my skill, and second of all, what's the point of you paying for a reading if you're going to tell me everything right off the bat? So with new people, I don't allow that. With people I already know, and say I'm working on a case for them, they want to give me an update, and then I'll do the reading, and that's fine because I already get updates on their case anyway. So we do the hour the chit chat, then like an hour prelude for some of you, and then we do the reading for an hour, and then the questions, and then I'll go to wrap it up. And my thing is, do you want to, my way of wrapping up the reading is saying, okay, is there any other questions that you want to ask before I go? Some of you guys, I swear to God, will be like, yeah, hold on. Yeah, can you ask this? Okay, I asked that. All right. Anything else? Well, yeah, ask this. Okay, read that. Okay. Anything else before I go? And I'll be like, girl, a lot of you are guilty. I'm like, damn, if, like y'all, if you're just gonna keep going, this will just be a round and round circle until I finally say like, hey, like, are you for real? Like, this is my way of trying to get off the phone. You really got more questions? I said, some of y'all will let me. You'll do this for hours if I let you. So that can that closing of the call, babe. How many times I say goodbye to some people?
7, 8.
So 7 or 8 times. Like, okay, I'll talk to you soon. Oh, one more thing. Okay. All right, do that. Answer that question. Okay, hon, it's nice talking to you. Love you. Oh, wait, before you go. Like 7 or 8 times. And I don't like to cut anybody off. Okay? I like to give everybody, their money's worth. Because I'm not cheap. Okay? My readings have gone up to now $200 for, or is it $250? Gabby upped the price. $250, I think, for a regular, or $200 for a regular, and then $300 for an expedited. But at the end of the day, I'm giving way more than an hour. So, and I know that's a little pricey, but I mean, it just, there's people charging fucking $250 for a 15-minute reading. So I give you your money's worth. You got fucking readers that are 20 years old that are shitty readers that are not good at all, and they're charging 2, 3, 4, 500. I've even seen for a 15-minute reading. So I'm not being greedy, but I'm covering my time. Okay, 3-hour readings. It shouldn't be, but okay, and they're very draining, and I am fucking accurate. So I don't give a fuck. I'm worth every penny. Thank you. Look, T baby. Oh, but you're all bots. Oh, and by the way, I got the best compliment. Somebody had made a comment saying that, oh, don't pay her. She's going to spend money on Ozempic, her teeth, and Botox. First of all, baby, no Botox, ever. I'm tired because I've been so working. No makeup, no filter, no Botox. I mean, you can see my face moves. I'm so fresh. But look, my freaking eyebrows move. I have these things. You don't have that when you have Botox, okay? Never got Botox ever in life, okay? I got filler one time here in 2017 because I didn't like this. And they fucking made it looked horrible, and it dissolved. This was in 2017. It's long dissolved. And then I did lip fillers in 2023 once, and they're long gone. But as far as my skin goes, never did Botox. And the filler actually made shit worse, but that's long gone. I might get this smoothed out. I don't know if that's supposed to be there or what, but that was a compliment. And Ozempic, no, baby. I lost weight on my own. I did try Ozempic twice, and Justin overdosed my ass. He gave me too much, and it made me sick as fuck. So we tried it the first time. I got so ill for like days. I was just not feeling good at all. And then months went by, and we're like, well, maybe he just gave me too much that first time, so let's try it again. And he did it again, and he went click, 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 click. Not because he wasn't seeing anything come out, and so he thought nothing was coming out, and he stuck me. He gave me like 10 doses in one shot. Girl, I was so fucking sick for like a week. That was like a year ago. I never fucking touched that shit again. No Ozempic, the other ones, whatever they're called, Jaro, something like that, Manjaro, some other kinds. Oh, thank you, Habibti. Adventurous pilot, thank you. How are you, says Daniel. Hey, Daniel, Habibi. Daniel from New Zealand. I got to call you. I know I owe you a phone call, Habibi. My schedule has been insane. The only reason I hopped on here is because I wanted to give you guys kind of like an update and let you know that I'm still, here. I'm good. I'm doing amazing. But I'm just been so busy that I have not had time to make content. And I'm getting there. I have something really exciting coming up that I'm working on. And I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. I'm doing a spiritual collaboration with a friend of mine, a mentee, if you will. And I think you guys are really going to love it. We're creating another channel for me and him. And it's going to be kind of like podcast style. And I think you guys are going to really enjoy it. And we're going to talk about controversial topics. Loyalty. Thank you, Habibti. Thank you so much. Ooh, what the hell did I do? Fuck. What did I just do? Hold on. I meant to heart this, and what did I just do to my screen? How did I do that? Thank you, Channel Me. Miss you. So good to see you. Okay, guys, how do I get rid of this thing? Queen of Hearts. Thank you, Elvi. Thank you, Yamma. Oh, Habibti. Love you guys so much. Thank you so much for the super chats. You guys don't have to do that. You're so kind. You guys, help me. How the fuck do I get this thing off my screen? Thank you, Mehak Habibti. Yes, we will catch up. I owe a lot of people, you know, just the usually. So that's another thing. Yeah, he has trachea collapse. I'll get to that. He's 14 years old now, which, alhamdulillah, that's about 4 years past the time that they're usually given. Hold on, I'll show you him. Oh, wait, I can't because it's a green screen. How do I take this shit off? Hold on, let me try this. No. This? No. Somebody help me. Tell me how to take the green screen off. Anyway, I guess I'm going to have to deal with this. The camera? No. How the fuck did I do this without even knowing how the fuck to do it? Anyway. Can anybody, like, Google it? I think you have to restart, but I'm not sure. Can anybody... I Googled the green screen issue. I don't know, but it's nice. Oh, all right. Well, I'll just leave it. I can't show you anything unless I show you, because it only lets me show one thing at a time. Anyway, we'll just have to deal with it. You notice I chopped my hair off. I like it short. I don't give a fuck. But, so Rocco, he has a stage 4 heart murmur, and his heart is enlarging, and it's pushing on his trachea. So I did some healing work with Hecate, because Hecate loves him, and Justin, he, you know, did some research online, and we found paw, and this is not sponsored, obviously. It's called pawhealers.com. It's Chinese medicine, and it has done wonders. I mean, this dog, he was constantly coughing every, like, 5 minutes, to the point where he couldn't, I thought I was going to have to put him down because I didn't want him to suffer. And I wasn't going to just give up like that. So, you know, Justin and I both did a lot of research, and he came across, you know, different reviews and stuff. And he found a lady that made a review about pawhealers.com, and she said that her dog had the same problem, and it definitely bought him, it didn't cure it, but it bought him years off of, you know, onto his life. And trachea collapse is terminal eventually, but they can live with it. You can manage it if you know, give him a good diet, keep his weight under control, give him the right supplements, don't let him overwork his heart, and, you know, make sure that the air is clean and stuff like that. So we've been using it, pawhealers.com, and it gives you like a survey, and you click all the things, like, you know, what kind of dog you have, his weight, his age, any problems. It goes through this whole thing, and then they give you like a customized blend of Chinese herbs. It's like Eastern Chinese medicine for dogs. And so they gave me a tracheal mix, a cardio mix for his heart, since it's related, milk thistle for his liver, because liver enlargement is seen a lot with, they don't, They don't know exactly why there's a correlation, but they've noticed dogs with tracheal collapse do have an enlarged liver. So when they have that backward sneezing, they call it, where it's like they're like coughing. It sounds like a kind of honking, wet cough. There's a correlation with enlarged livers, which he has. On top of that, he was a rescue. He was returned twice, and one or both of the families were abusive. They found BBs that are now coming up to the surface. He was shot with BB guns. And so luckily that's not affecting his health, but that was just heartbreaking to know that, he had one in his face. I noticed like these little bumps starting to appear on his skin. Hey, watery emotions. And I was like, worried. So of course, any little thing, they must think like, imagine if I had human children, like, forget it. So any little thing, I'm taking him to the vet, and I'm like, what are these little bumps coming out? And they did X-rays on him, first for his heart and all of that, and his cough, and then they showed me the metal pieces that are starting to rise to the surface. And yeah, somebody was shooting him with BB guns, motherfuckers. So obviously that's not good. But anyway, they sent me this mix for his trachea. They sent me a mix for his heart. And they sent me trachea soother, herbal infused honey syrup. And the honey helps rebuild the trachea cartilage, because what happens is their trachea starts to, get like kind of like one of those, you know, vacuum cords. You know how they're like kind of springy when you push them in, like they collapse. So the honey and the other herbs, that helps rebuild the trachea, along with like collagen and stuff like that. We've been hand making his food, and just chicken and spinach and corn, not corn, carrots and green beans, and green beans, and we crock pocket with the bone in, and then we take out the bone broth. We put turmeric in there, and thyme, which helps open up the airways, and it's also healthy for them. And we take out the bones, because you don't want to keep the bones. And my gin love chicken bones, and I do a lot of spells with them, so I keep those on the side. And then separate the meat, and then I keep and this is good for any of you that have dogs that are elderly, and that are predisposed to not just tracheal collapse, but like heart problems or kidney problems or joint problems. This will help to increase their life. And you would think it's more expensive, but to feed them like this, but it's actually cheaper than kibble. I mean, it really is. Well, let me rephrase that. It's cheaper than the expensive kibble. Now, the garbage kibble, you never want to feed your dog. I understand if that's all you could afford, that's all you could afford. It's better than nothing. But for us, I was giving him the, not Beneful, the Fresh Pet, the one in the fridge. And that's really good, but it was $17 a roll. And it was worth it because it's healthy. I noticed a difference right away with his like energy level and stuff. It was Sadie as well. But now it's way more everything's so expensive, it's going up. So what we get is the chicken thighs on the bone, and we leave it with the chicken skin. When we boil it in we slow cook it in the crock pot. That way it gets all the nutrients from the skin. And then when we take out all the meat and the vegetables, we drain it, and then we let the broth kind of cool in the fridge, and all the fat comes up to the top, and it's like a thick layer. And so we scrape that off, and then you're left with this gelatin like substance, and that's all the collagen from the bone and things like that. So you add that to the food, and that helps like rebuild their joints. It keeps their heart strong. It keeps their limbs and their because a lot of the times like the arthritis really affects old dogs as they age, and then they won't be able to walk and stuff. And when you add this to their diet, it really helps to give them a longer life. So So I recommend for everybody, if you can, to give your dogs home treatment. But it's been working. You see that, alhamdulillah, knock on wood, he stopped coughing. So I'm just trying to keep him. 14 years, mashallah, that's like amazing for his breed. Anyway, back to Palestine. I have a friend that's in Gaza City. My family is in multiple different parts of Palestine. I have family in Ramla, not to be confused with Ramallah, but I also have family in Ramallah, which is the West Bank. Ramla is considered Israel. I have family in Nazareth and Nasra, hence the name. My family's name is Nassar, and I won't give my legal name, but a lot of you guys know it. But I go by Nassar, which is named after Nasra, because that's what my family had been for millennia, that area. And so I still have family in Nasra, Nazareth. I have family in East Jerusalem, that's the West Bank. I have family in Bethlehem, which is considered the West Bank. And I have family in Taiba, which is one of the last Christian Palestinian towns. I have friends that lived in Jenin, which they completely destroyed. So it's been hard, especially for my family in the West Bank. So my father's side is mostly in the Israeli territory, living as Palestinian citizens of Israel, not by choice, but because they have no choice. But my mother's side of the family is considered just Palestinian, so they're occupied by a entity that they have no vote for. They don't vote for them. They don't have any say in any of the democratic processes. They don't have rights. They don't have freedom of movement. They pay taxes. They take, their money for taxes, yet provide them no municipality. And not that Abu Mazen, which is the essentially dictator of the Palestinian Authority, does shit for his people, for our people, but it's all fucked up. But what's happening in Gaza right now is disgusting. It's abhorrent. It's evil. It's I don't even want to call it demonic, because that's even an insult to demons. It is monstrous. There are no words. When I have to text my friend every day to make sure if she's still alive. It's a horrifying feeling when you don't hear back from her for weeks at a time. Trying to send money over there, and the only thing I know is PayPal, because I mean, how we met was she became a client of mine back in 2018, and we built a friendship over the years, like a sisterhood. And so I tried to send her money through PayPal, and it wouldn't, they froze like any funds that you try to send to Gaza. And in fact, I didn't know this, but Gaza can use PayPal to pay for things like outside of the country to the United States or, Canada or wherever, but they cannot receive funds. So they have blocked any donations, any funds from being made from PayPal. There are GoFundMes, but I don't know how whoever's running these GoFunds are getting money there. And I keep asking my friend to tell me, like, how do I get money to you? But even, like, either she's pretending not to know because she doesn't, because of her pride, because Palestinians are very prideful people, and she may not want me to send, but she says that that it's very hard, that even her parents are having a hard time sending it. So I don't know how these people that are doing these fundraisers and things like that are able to get money over there. I've been working to try to figure out a safe way that's not a scam to get money to her. And so if any of you have any ideas or of how are these GoFunds actually getting the money to the people of Gaza? Because it's not hard to donate to a GoFund, but the question is, I'll make a GoFund on my own for her, not only her family, but other people of Gaza. But I don't know how the money from there is going to get to them. My relatives in Gaza are just in the streets. Last I was told, no tents, nothing. One child went missing after a bombing. Nobody knows where he is. People are still silent. Can fucking rot. I'm sorry your friend is enduring this. NRA is an organization feeding Palestinians. Highly recommend to donate to them. ANERA. Okay, ANERA. Is it, like, where do I find them? On Instagram? I'll figure it out. ANERA.org. Okay. But I want to send money to all Palestinians, but I want to get money to my friend specifically and her family. They're all also on Instagram. And I've been doing protection and all sorts of magic on this fucker. People keep saying, oh, do something on Khara Kus Im Illi Khalafato Ibn Sharmuta Pale Benzoin McClowski, which is his real name. Khara. I don't even like to say his name. It makes me vomit. But we all know his real name is Benzoin McClowski, a.k.a. Benjamin Shaitan Yahu. And do you know that all the prime ministers of not Israel have changed their names to sound more Semitic, to sound more Middle Eastern? Every single one. Look it up. From Golda Meir, Ehud Barak, those are not their names. I forget exactly what Golda Meir's real name was, but it was something very Polish or something sounding. Look it up. Barak, Ehud, Barak, all of them, they all changed their names. What does that tell you? But that Chara, I've been doing spell work to destroy him. He has prostate cancer. A lot of us, it's not just me, I mean, you guys think that nobody is, but this is so much more than what you guys think. It's a spiritual war. This was prophesized thousands of years ago. This was a prophecy in the making. It's unfolding. And it's so much deeper than what you guys think. Ronnie, they are very evil, but to even call them demons is an understatement. That's an insult to demons. They are, and I'm not saying, all Yehud are like this, all Jews are evil. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not anti-Semitic, but this genocidal regime, they are sociopathic. They are evil to the core. They have no humanity. They have no compassion. They have no souls. It's like they're soulless individuals. And the sad thing is that it's widespread amongst their society. They are brainwashed from childhood to believe that all Arabs, they'll never call us Palestinians, our mere existence like bothers their soul. They hate to refer to us as Palestinians because that would be acknowledging that we are real people. But they actually teach each other from children. Their parents teach their kids that it's okay to murder children. It's okay to murder innocent civilians because one day they will grow up and become terrorists and kill you. Look up the Samson Initiative or the Samson Directive. It basically talks about it's a directive where if Israel feels that it's in an existential crisis where they're going to be completely wiped out, they are going to employ nukes to those countries that, So basically they said this world will not exist without an Israel. So if they feel like they're being turned against, they will employ the Samson Directive, which is nuke everybody, including ourselves. Look it up. Check Western Union for money transfer. Oh, they're not taking it. Or check with your bank to see if they could do wire transfer to your relative or friend bank. I've checked. They will not do it. They're Chase. I gotta get my money somewhere else because they're clearly ran by Zionists. The band Kneecap, an Irish rap group, their mission is to support Palestine. They got shit from media from what they had done at Coachella, but they won't stop constantly speaking about it. I saw that, and guess what? That Kahba, Cheryl Osborne, she made a big stink about it, and yeah, wanted to get them like lose their careers and everything. Like, since when is and I haven't spoken a lot, not because I'm afraid to. For one, I haven't been posting at all, period, because I've been so busy and I've been trying to just catch up with my readings because they've been getting the back burner because my work has to be done at certain times, days of the week, planetary hours, moon phases, sun phases. So it's not, I can't just do it whenever, however. It's not how jinn magic works or sihir works. And that's another thing I'm going to get into in a second. We're going to talk about jinn magic for a little bit, since now I see a lot of these fucking Google witches popping up. I'll get back to that. But it has to be done very specifically. And so readings, on the other hand, I can read anytime, any day. So I have to have that flexibility. And that's why I closed the readings for a while. But so many people have been pretty much begging to get one, because they know I'm the only one they could trust to get a reading. I mean, let's face it, I'm a badass bitch. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Okay? My haters that never even got read from me. Okay? Lying ass motherfuckers. I'm a bad motherfucker. That's how you know that anybody who says anything bad about my readings, they're fucking lying, because I've never, ever been wrong. Ever. Something may not make sense right at that moment, but we're reading the future. And sometimes things will happen years down the line, but it always happens. So if I say something's going to happen, it's going to happen. And if it's something bad, I will try to stop it. Never, ever. I will try to stop it. And I tell my clients, if this doesn't happen, because I'm going to do, if it's bad, I'm going to do everything I can to stop it. But if it still happens, then there was a lesson behind it. So anyway, I haven't spoke a lot, not because I didn't want to, but because I just haven't been posting anything. But on top of that, my family is still at their mercy. My friend in Gaza is still at their mercy. I don't want my family, my loved ones, to get punished or imprisoned or tortured or raped for what I choose to post. That's not fair to them, because I didn't, I don't have their consent to put them in that situation, and they will do that to them. So I have to be careful, but I'm getting to the point where I told my family we have to make sacrifices and to help the people of Gaza, and even, ourselves, and the family in the West Bank, the occupied territories. Thank you, Madam So-So. Queen Shireen, you do not have to justify yourself or your work to no one. Habibti, love you. Thank you, Elbi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat, and I really appreciate you. Yeah, Amora. But, yeah, who are these Google witches talking jinn? What the fuck? All right, I'm going to get to that. I stand by your country and your people, and always, my beautiful queen, Shireen, your people deserve to have peace in their life and joy and happiness. It always makes me so upset inside. What happened? Our Google witches not learning? Girl, Ruby, I'm going to get to that. They're putting people in fucking danger. They're not doing it right, first of all. What they're I'm going to get to that. You guys remind me not to forget to get to that. It was a YouTube channel. The second was the second announcement. Well, that one I'm keeping a surprise. But it's about a YouTube channel. I'm going to get to that. Samson option, the option, not the initiative. Did you see it? Jesse, Messy Jesse, go ahead and put it in the comments what it's about. Now, I'm going to give you guys a little quick history lesson. So, I've been walking on eggshells because I don't want to have my family harmed or imprisoned, tortured, and raped in those prisons for what I post. But it's getting to a point where my family, I think, agrees with me that we have to do what we have to do. I haven't been silent, but I also, oh, here's this weirdo. Your curse failed. Well, clearly, first of all, motherfucker, I didn't waste my time cursing your ass. I was just trolling you back. If you really think that I would take my sweet time, my precious time to curse you when I have much bigger fish to fry, you already seem like you're going through spiritual psychosis. I don't think you need a curse. I think you're mentally ill, and I think it would be just wrong of me to curse somebody that is so clearly mentally not all there. You're already walking in a curse. You've been coming in here for months begging me to curse you with Lady Lilith, who I don't happen to work with, not yet anyway. And I told you, give it 45 days. Really, usually I could just speak that into existence and you'll get it. But of course you wouldn't admit that even if you did. So, but to take out all my supplies and to do the whole meditation with the jinn and do the whole, it's too much work. Like, I'm not going to put that much work into you. You're already cursed with your pathetic, like, no life having, inbred, just mentally unstable lunatic that is clearly obsessed. So, how about I have a good idea? Okay? Turn around. All right? Bend over and eat a dick from the back. Okay? Now, you were fast Palestine. I saw him then. He disappeared. You were fast Palestine. I saw him then. He disappeared. Which one? Girl, I got so many. Palestine Hurra. Oh, yeah, she was. Yeah, let this psychopath be, bruh. You're already in a spiritual psychosis. So how much more pathetic can your life get, really? Wallah al-azim, like how much more pathetic can you get? Like, I mean, I don't think I can make your life any worse than what it is. You're just a pathetic loser who has nothing better to do. You're watching me and begging me to curse you. I would say that you're already cursed. But anyway, I've given you too much attention. Thank you. Hey, it's Jan. Thank you, Habibti. Smooches. Okay, history lesson. Well, first, let me ask you guys if you're interested in learning about kind of a condensed version of how this all began, or like if you want me to fast forward to where we're at now. I'll let you guys decide. Yes. I want to hear about the sihir and jinn, but yes, tell us what you want to say. I subscribed a week ago. So the sihir and jinn, please. You want to hear it all? Okay. How it all began. All right. So we'll talk about. So what do you want me to talk about first? The Google practitioners, the sihir and the jinn, or do you want me to talk about the war in Gaza and how this all began and how we all pretty much got fucked? Because you know I don't usually talk politics, but a lot of you seem interested in the history, and not a lot of people can really condense it as quickly as someone who is a descendant of the Palestinians of the Nakba and who survived the Nakba, the war. Talk about it's not real, and talk about how it's not real, think it's a real country. Maybe just talk about what you want to talk about. Okay, history. All right, I'm going to mix both. We'll start with Palestine and basically how it got to what it is now. So the Palestinians have been in Palestine for millennia. It was inhabited, it started out by, Arabian tribes who came from, it was all one land, okay? It was the Arabian Peninsula, and then it went all the way out into, Canaan, which is Palestine, and Canaan is Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, and Jordan, okay? And then Mesopotamia, which is modern-day Iraq. So they were split into tribes. The Canaanites were a polytheistic religion. And over time, they were invaded by the Israelites, the Philistines, which they love to refer to us as Philistines because we call ourselves Falastini, but it's not the same, okay? Philistines actually invaded the Canaanites. So we had the Crusaders who made it their business to come in to save the Christians. Christian Palestinians. So first was the Canaanites, we had Crusaders, the Philistines, well, actually, technically, the Israelites, the Philistines, the Amalekites, the Romans, the Greeks. So they all invaded, all right? Despite that fact, is this the weirdo again? Okay, yeah, keep blocking him because he's just annoying. Anyway, so the Israelites of even 3,000 years ago were not indigenous to the land. They were invaders. So over time, the Canaanites, they could still continue to breed with each other. And over time, they took on some of the Abrahamic belief systems. Some went from, being polytheistic to Judaism. And then when the Christ came, they took on the Christianity beliefs. And then Islam came, and then they took on the Muslim beliefs. Some just went from being polytheistic to Christian. And some just went from polytheistic to Islam. So, but still, the continuity in our DNA remained the same because we only bred with each other. 80% of Palestinians of today have the same genetic makeup of the Canaanites of thousands of years ago, who were there for millennia, and this has been genetically proven. Okay, hence why you see my DNA results, and it's 98% Levantine. Mind you, the Canaanites, they worshipped the Canaan pantheon, Mesopotamian pantheon, and later on the Arabian pantheon before they took on the Abrahamic religion. Now, the Israelites exiled, okay, and they made a covenant with God that they were never to return, okay, for at least 3,000 years or until the second coming of the Messiah, whichever came first. God, according to the Bible, got so mad at Moses, and he said, "You will see the land from your eyes, but you will never step foot in it." And that was true. He never did step foot into the Holy Land. So the Palestinians, okay, at this point in time, it was called Barisham, okay, the land of the Levant. It was all one. It wasn't Palestine, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine were all Barisham. And they lived peacefully with the Jews. There were Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and everybody lived peacefully. Now, at some point, the French tried to occupy. That didn't last very long. And then the British decided that it was their business to occupy the land, just like they did with India, just like they did with a lot of other countries, because they wanted to steal just block this guy as he comes in. They wanted to steal the resources. They wanted to steal the history. They wanted to steal everything of the land. So they basically, back up. I forgot to mention the Ottoman Empire. Before the French and the British came in, they were run. Barashem was run by the Ottoman Empire, and they thrived under the Ottoman Empire. Really, there's debates. Some people say that the Ottoman Empire didn't treat them well. Others say that they did. Arabs and Jews alike both said, because the Ottomans were more like Turkish. But regardless, they still thrived. Now, the British came and they told the Palestinians, help us beat the British, and we will give you, the British told the Palestinians, help us defeat the Ottoman Empire, and we will give you your sovereignty. Because Palestine, after all these years, was begging for sovereignty. Jordan, wanted its sovereignty. Lebanon wanted its sovereignty. Palestine wanted its sovereignty. And they were the last one, Jordan got it. Lebanon got it. Syria got it. And now Palestine wanted it. So they said, help us defeat the Ottomans for this piece of land, because that was the most important part because of its history, it having the connection to the holy sites and all of that, the holiest sites for Islam, the holiest sites for Christianity, and the holiest sites for Judaism. So that Palestine was the most important piece to them. So they said to the Palestinians, help us defeat the Ottomans for this piece of land, and we'll give you your sovereignty. At the same time, they were doing a backdoor deal with the Zionists. After the Holocaust and all that, they decided that the Jews needed their own state to be safe, because they, at that point, had been expelled from 100 countries, over 100 countries. So for their safety, they demanded their own state. So they made this deal with the Palestinians, and from behind they gave the Jews the same deal, basically, except for they didn't have to help them defeat anybody. So the Palestinians mistakenly fought this war against the Ottomans and helped the British overthrow the Ottoman Empire. Well, now they wanted their promise. They wanted their land. They wanted their sovereignty. Well, then the games begun. So now, instead of giving them the land that they were promised and the sovereignty they promised, they're like, oh, well, how about you just take half than what we originally promised? Half. Now, keep in mind, at this point, World War II was coming to an end. This started before World War II had ended, like well before this. All this kind of started brewing, like in the around 18, and the wars, were over and all that. It was about 1948. And that's right after World War II, and the Holocaust survivors were coming in on ships. And the Palestinians, took them in. And each family, a lot of the families, Christian and Muslim alike, took 2 families each, okay, in Haifa. They hosted 2 families each. Hold on. Coming in boats saying, please don't turn us away. We were turned away by several countries, and please don't turn us away. So the Palestinians, feeling bad, they let them in. They took them into their home, and they tried to help them. This is about 1945, I want to say. It was right after, don't quote me on that day, it was right after the end of World War II. So they let them in. In the meanwhile, they're hammering out these deals, because now they promised this land to 2 groups of people. Are we freezing? Can you hear me? You're good? Okay. So, they spoke out 2 sides of their face. So in the meanwhile, these families had these Jewish families living in their house and hosting them and feeding them and doing all these things, right? Well, then came the Nakba. They tried to come up with a partition plan where they said the Palestinians will get, can you see this map? Hold on. Let me use the flashlight because it's dark in here. I have a map that a great friend, shout out Randa, a great friend gave me that kind of explains oh, too bad you can't fucking see it because this stupid ass green screen. God damn it. Tell me can you see it? No. Anyway, I can't. Fuck, this stupid green screen is fucking everything up. Anyway, they partitioned the land, basically giving Israel, I think it was nearly 50-50, Palestinians getting 53%. However, they gave Israel all the good parts, okay? Access to the Mediterranean, land that was good for planting, farming, with the good olive trees, for good tourism. They gave them all the best land. And meanwhile, the Palestinians got all the shittiest parts. Ramallah, which is up in the mountains, where it's hard to grow any sort of food. The only thing that really grows well there is the olive trees. And tourism, there wasn't a lot of good tourism. They did give them Bethlehem, which there is a church that could bring in tourists, but, you know, Israel was getting most of the good land and the good access to all the great water supply and food supply and everything. And they split Jerusalem into two. Actually, I think at one point Jerusalem was, I have to, don't double check. I'll come back to you on what, because after 1967, they, the partition changed. But anyway, the point was Palestinians got 53% and the Jews got 47%, but the better 47%. And they split the two Palestinian parts to where you had one part on one side and the other part on the other side, so they wouldn't have freedom of movement. You'd have to go through the Israeli side to get to the other part of the Palestinian side, which didn't make sense, right? So first of all, you're going to come into my home, steal half of it, tell me I could have half of it, and the half you're giving me is the fucking garage and the bathroom, while you get the kitchen and the living room. And that doesn't make sense. It wasn't your fucking house to begin with, and now you're trying to, you get what I'm saying? So that wasn't going to work. On top of it, they wanted the stipulation that Palestine was not to have their own military. So how can you be a sovereign country with no military? That doesn't make sense. So of course they said, fuck you. No. So that's when the Nakba happened. And essentially America got involved and gave, America, the British, Europe, French, everybody gave the Israelis the green light to expel 750,000 Palestinians. Now, they took them in busloads and moved them to Ramallah, where a lot of Palestinians already lived, including my grandmother. On my mother's side, she was born and raised in Ramallah. And they would just go to houses in Haifa, which is like one of the most beautiful areas, and it was, had good access to the Mediterranean Sea, not far from Nazareth. And my grandfather actually owned a house in Haifa. And my grandfather, my uncle Salim, and three of his sisters, my father wasn't born yet. My father was born in 56. This happened in 1948. Soldiers showed up at their house and said, they came banging at the door, and they said, this was very early in the morning, and they said, you're going to have to grab what you can grab. They had their rifles, and take what you can, and we're going to be back at noon, and if you're not gone, we're going to have to do what we need to do, meaning kill you all. So my grandfather, my grandmother packed their kids and whatever they could take into this old car. And he said, at this time the war was breaking out. He said, are we going to be able to come back? And the soldier said, yeah, you might be able to come back. So my grandfather kept his keys. And a lot of Palestinians, that's why a key is one of our symbols, because a lot of Palestinians kept the keys to their home to this day. So he left with my three aunts, and my one uncle. And my uncle was just a year-old baby at the time. He drove out to this area called Ramle. And this was like an outskirt. It's now an outskirt of Tel Aviv. There was a name for Tel Aviv. It was an Arab name. Tel El or something like that, but they changed the name to Tel Aviv. I'll have to ask my dad. I forget the name of it, but it was like Tel El or something like that before they changed the name to Tel Aviv. So this was an outskirt. Ramle, literally, Ramle means dirt or sand. So it was like middle of nowhere, boondock, nothing there. But he found a bunch of abandoned homes because when the war broke out, the little people that lived there fled. So he took the family into the abandoned home and he said, you know, we'll hide out here, we'll have shelter until, you know, we can go back home. So for months they lived in this abandoned home. They tried to make it, you know, as home as possible. It was very small, and just hoping that the war would end and that he'd be able to go home. Well, one day there's a knock at the door, and it's a Jewish family of three. Three Jewish families, I mean. And he answers the door, and one of the guys said, "Is this your home?" And my grandfather said he got so scared because it was an abandoned house, so technically it wasn't his. So he was frozen in fear. He didn't know what to say. He didn't really know who these people were. The IDF or whatever they were, I'm pretty sure they were called IDF back then. They were like, they started out as militia, so they had a thing with dressing in regular clothing, so you couldn't really tell who was who. So he said he was scared, and he said, well, just this room. That's all he could blurt out, was just this room, like the living room. So the three Jewish families, the man said, okay, well, you keep this room for your family, and we're going to take the other rooms for our family. My grandfather didn't know what to say. So he just let it happen. And Palestinians, by culturally, you know, if somebody says, like, to a Palestinian, that's why they say never compliment a Palestinian's anything, because they'll take it off and give it to you. That's like culturally how we are. So he let them in. He figured they needed a roof over their head, and he said, okay, whatever. So they moved in, and at first it was okay. And then over time, like a month, they started to get hostile. And it started to make it really uncomfortable for my grandparents and my aunts and uncles. And they would start like doing things, like doing fucked up things to just make them want to leave. Steal their shit and just spiteful shit. Which was strange because they were always very nice, you know, kind to them, and always, like, when my grandmother would cook, would always offer them food and treat them with, you know, hospitality, and, you know, and so they couldn't understand where this, like, animosity was coming from. It was just as much not their house as it wasn't my grandfather's house. Like, this was an abandoned property. So finally, my grandfather had enough, and he's like, okay, we're gonna have to find something else. His brother, who was a high priest, he already fled to Lebanon years prior. He was a high priest, so he felt all this. And he had been begging my grandfather for years to come and move to Lebanon. And my grandfather said, no, I'm not going. I'm not leaving. Hada ardi. This is my land. I'm not leaving. And he said, if they're going to kill us, they're going to have to kill me on my land. So he was stubborn. Oh, like, gee, yeah, surprise. I wonder where I get it from. So he managed to find this, like, plot, this land in Ramla, and he. Is that better? Should I still restart? Frozen and glitching. It's so annoying. I hate the Wi-Fi in this house. Restart, yes? Okay. It doesn't like my topic. Exactly. That's what it is. Is it good now? Should I restart? Was the whole thing glitching and hard to watch? Was it like with the Haitian the Bokar video? Was it as bad as that? Cause that shit was so fucking bad. Was it as bad as my last live though? Cause if so, I'll trash this whole thing. Hey Carolina. We can come back. It did, then repeated what you said it again and again before. So, was it as bad as my last live, though? Because that shit was horrible. No, it wasn't that bad. Okay. So, tell me, you guys, if you think I should just log out and do it again. Because I really think, because you know who owns Meta, right? They punish my channel anytime I talk about this topic. They'll take subscribers. I mean, it's real dirty how they play. Anyway, fast forward, second partition plan, the 1967 borders, where Jordan and Egypt basically stepped in and they said, well, we promise to basically keep an eye on these territories so that there's no problems. And, we'll be in charge of East Jerusalem, and that'll be for the Palestinians. West Jerusalem will be for the Jews. And then, they took, and then Egypt took control of Gaza. The rest of it kind of remained occupied territory because the Yasser Arafat would not agree to taking a half-ass deal where he's not even really a sovereign nation with no military. So anyway, so now East Jerusalem is kind of controlled by Jordan, Gaza is controlled by Egypt, and the rest, like Ramallah and Bethlehem and the occupied territories, are kind of just under Israeli rule, but the citizens of those areas do not have Israeli citizenship, nor do they get rights as Israeli citizenships. And they have no freedom of movement. So in other words, they can't come to visit my family in Nasra, like my mother's family couldn't come visit my father's family in Nasra or in Ramla, but we can go there as Israeli citizens. We can go there. Jewish people with Israeli passports can go there, but they can't come here without special permits. And those permits entailed, like, if you're coming to, work menial jobs and, cleaning their bathrooms and things like that, or if you're elderly, and there was a lot of hoops you have to go through. Anyway, nor did they provide them with municipality or like clean, were using their money, their shekel system and paying taxes, but yet getting nothing out of it. So it's occupation, basically. That's pretty much the definition of an occupation. So that's what basically started all the ruckus. Now, back in 2007, I believe, Gaza had an election. And there was a choice between Hamas and not the Palestinian Authority, but I forget the name's escaping me right now. But it was another kind of a militant group, but I can't remember their names at the moment at the top of my head. But anyway, I know it, but I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, they voted for Hamas. That was back in 2007. They haven't had an election since. Fatah. Yep, Fatah. Right. You're right. Fatah. Thank you. So it's between Fatah and Hamas. So Hamas won. Now keep in mind, that was the last election. And the people of Gaza today, most of them had nothing to do. They were not, half of them are minors today. Half of Gaza are children. And the other half may not have even been old enough to vote at that time. So very few people alive in Gaza today even voted for Hamas. Not that they're bad, honestly. They're made to seem bad, but if you look at the hostages that they released, they're all well fed, well groomed, taken care of. There's reports of the hostages telling reporters that Hamas fighters covered them with their whole body to protect them from bombs, to protect them from dying. Okay, the hostages that have died in Gaza was from the Israeli rockets and bombing, not Hamas. Hamas has no use for dead hostages. They thought what they were going to do is they were going to do, what they did and get some, I'm going to call them prisoners of war, because the people that are imprisoned in Israel are, most of them, being held without charge. These are doctors. These are activists. These are teachers, professors, people like that have nothing to do with Hamas or anything like that. These are just people that can help Palestinian society and educate them and heal them. Doctors, people that would help them thrive. They're very specific with and intentional with who they arrested, and a lot of them are children, literal children. We're talking 5-year-old children in prison that are being raped, that are being tortured, starved, beaten. Many of them came out with their leg amputated. I mean, a lot of them had the Star of David shaved into their head. But you won't see that on mainstream media. So that's what they thought was going to happen, was they were going to get some, they're starving. Okay, they suffocated their economy, and that's what they were intending by creating this blockade. That blockade, after Hamas won the election, they put up that blockade, and it's been up since 2013, 2014. And they have controlled everything that goes in and everything that goes out. They destroyed their electricity, what provides their electricity towers, destroyed it. So now any electricity has to come from Israel, which they choose to turn on and off at their leisure. So not a way to live, okay? They won't even let them have chocolate, cilantro. Like, they have to smuggle in chocolate and cilantro. And they keep using the excuse, well, and they are sent billions of dollars from Qatar and from all these places, and instead of growing your infrastructure and making Gaza the what do they call it, the something of the Middle East, what's that, the Singapore of the Middle East, they chose to make tunnels and all this type of stuff. Bullshit. They chose to make a military to protect their people and to fight for their freedom. They're occupied, and it's against the Geneva Convention for this is not a war. An occupier cannot legally go to war with those they're occupying. It's a war crime. under occupation have the right exactly what the Palestinians of Gaza are doing. Yet Israel is above the law. Actually, international law was created because of the Holocaust to prevent something like this from happening again. So it's funny that the very people that the International Court of Justice was made for, the international laws were made for, are now not abiding by them. So that's where we're at now. So bombing hospitals like it's nothing, bombing the oldest church in Gaza, over 1,000-year-old church, bombing schools, bombing universities, bombing, finding children with sniper bullets between their eyes twice, children, toddlers. You know how hard it is to get that shot? Killing 2 Christian women. And that's another thing. They don't want you to know that there's Christian Palestinians, because that wouldn't go well with their narrative that we're all Islamic jihadists that want them dead. There are no universities in Gaza left. And this isn't a war. A war is nation against nation, military against military. This is a war against the people. This is a war, this is a genocide of a people. They are purposely killing children. They are massacring children. They are intentionally going for children for a reason, because that is the future. And their justification for this is that those children may become terrorists and kill them later. Plus, now they made the term, any criticism is of Israel, they made it consider, they passed the bill, or they're trying to pass a bill to make any criticism of Israel illegal and considered anti-Semitic. Last I checked, using the N-word and using racial slurs against any other marginalized group or race, and Jewish is not a race, it's a religion, but any prejudice used against Muslims isn't illegal. It's actually encouraged. But you're telling me that not even saying hateful things about the Jews, just criticizing Israel's genocide and killing and starving and massacring civilians is considered illegal. What has become of us as a world? They tried to propose a bill where anyone who boycotts Israel could either be fined $1 million or imprisoned for 20 years. This was rescinded last week, but who's to say it won't be brought back again? Not even pedos get 20 years. And speaking of pedos, do you know that Israel, and you can look this all up, okay? I speak facts, and if anybody can correct me on any of this, feel free. But I know the history very well, and I might be off on dates and things like that because it's a lot of information. But I'm accurate when it comes to the grand scheme of things, okay? Israel protects pedophiles. So, dual citizens of Israel, Jews that are American, who don't even have citizenship in Israel as well, if they are if they're charged with a pedophilic crime against a child, they can flee to Israel, and there's literally like a sanctuary for them where they do not have to extradite these people to America to face charges. So they protect pedophiles, Jewish pedophiles. Now, keep in mind that there's been so many reports of, and this is not to say all, all rabbis and all, just like priests. I mean, it's in the church too, but we don't send priests to a different country to protect them from charges being brought against them. So there's that. On top of that, in the Talmud, they're essentially taught that, well, in the, their whole religion is based on supremacy. That God loves the Jews first. God loves the angels first, Jews second, and the goys, the goyim, non-Jews, and animals last. There was actually a Jewish theologian who stated that, and you'll have to look up his name because I forget, that the body of a Jew is far superior to that of a non-Jew. That after the Messiah comes, their Messiah, which, by the way, according to their Talmud and the Torah, if I'm not mistaken, which is essentially the Old Testament, it is a sin for them to congregate in large numbers in the Holy Land until the coming of their Messiah, which they don't believe Jesus was the Messiah, so they don't believe he's come. So they are to remain in exile until the coming of the Messiah, which they are breaking that rule naturally. A lot of them will argue this point and say that that they're, that's a misrepresentation, or that's, somebody interpreted that, but it's pretty clear that that's what they were told. And as a matter of fact, after World War II, many religious Jews refused to go to the Holy Land because they knew it was haram, or whatever they call it in Hebrew. Haram means against the religion. It was a sin. They looked at Nigeria first to create a state. They looked at other countries in Africa to create a state. Of course, that didn't work until finally they said, Palestine is the natural choice because we can use biblical reference to back our terms. We could use religious reference to prove that this land was given to the Jews by God. So they're secular when they want to be, when it suits their needs, and then they're religious when it suits their needs. So anyway, so that's how we got to where we are. Now the Amalek statement made, the total genocidal statements made by Netanyahu and his psychopathic cabinet, like Ben Gvir, his Security of Defense, who's a known terrorist, who has been convicted of terrible crimes, inciting racism and all sorts of shit. We actually had him visit Yale and speak in Yale. Netanyahu. What a shame. Ben Gvir, he's actually Kurdish. Ben Gvir is Arab as well, but denies his Arab identity because they convince these people they're Jews above all else. Exactly. That's the crazy part, is that genetically speaking, the Mizrahi Jews are Jews that come from Arab countries. And somehow they don't claim their identity as Arab people. So regardless, so that's how we are where we are. There's a lot that I missed out, but yes, Hamas started October 7th with did October 7th, but it wasn't. This was 75 years of oppression, and this wasn't started in a vacuum, as they say. This started they wanted to show the world the barbarity of the sociopathic, genocidal regime and what they're capable of. And if you looked at somebody said they looked at the Samson option. This is not just Palestinians' problem. This is the world's problem, because now you see what's happening in India and Pakistan. And India is a good friend to Israel, and they're using the Israeli playbook, bombing mosques and hospitals in Kashmir without any, oh, if they can do it, so can we. And that's the problem with letting one country break international law and not follow rules. Now you're going to have other countries thinking that they could do the same thing. And this just began. Now, one more thing I want to mention. Who do you think convinced us to go to war with Iraq? Now, Bush definitely had his benefits, him being an oil man and all. But if you look up the address that Netanyahu or Benzoin McCloskey made, it was November 11th, 2002, a year after 9/11. He used that day very strategically because it was a very emotional day. And the country was still reeling from 9/11 and the great tragedy and loss of life. So he addressed Congress on that day, and he said that America, because, you know, Israel wouldn't last 24 hours if America didn't protect them. If we didn't pay for their Iron Dome, which we don't even have. We don't even have metal detectors in our schools. I mean, you would think after like 50-11 school shootings that they would at the very least have, you know, someone standing with metal detectors and making sure that kids aren't bringing knives and guns into school. But we don't even have that. But meanwhile, we're paying for an entire country's security. We are paying for their protection. We pay for the Iron Dome, which is a massive piece of technology that basically uses, I believe it's infrared or sound waves or some shit. And when a bomb is sent, it literally like sniffs out the bomb and stops it and explodes it before it makes contact. We don't even use that technology. We don't even have such technology that protects us. And in fact, we never had any sort of problems. We never had enemies in the Middle East until Israel was created. There's so many, and if you guys want to know more about the history and JFK and his assassination and how it's all relative, I got you. But we'll leave that at that. We send them billions. I'm going to leave this here. 3.5 billion on a regular year. Since the war, we've sent 27 billion. An additional 8.8 billion in weaponry was just sent and signed off of. We are controlled by AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Association Committee. And they basically pay our politicians millions of dollars to then take our billions of dollars and give Israel what it wants, to pass bills that are pro-Israel. And basically, they are not our greatest ally. They are our greatest enemy. The USS ship that they blew up and sank back in 1967 during the Six-Day War. And the president at the time, what was his name? Was it Johnson? I think it was Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson. He was an evil motherfucker. He swept it on. He stopped. That's a whole nother story. They basically attacked a U.S. Navy ship and killed, I think it was 100, so there was 157 souls on board. They killed, I think, 30 something of them. And Lyndon B. Johnson, you know, they maydaid for help. They had their American flag. They drove by them. They waved at that. You know, they flew by them. They waved at them. They knew they were American ship. And they napalmed them and bombed them and killed many on board. And Lyndon B. Johnson, you know, one of the generals that they got their, you know, mayday for help, went to send pilots, you know, to help them. And Lyndon B. Johnson turned them around and said, "You're not going to embarrass our allies in Israel." Eventually, they did get help because I guess word got out. And those survivors, those Navy survivors, there's only a few left today. They were so wronged. They were threatened that if they talked about it, they would get prison time or worse. And worse meant dead. I mean, that's an ally. So it just shows you the amount of control that they have. And that's a scary thing. What happened to the Jews that took over my grandfather's house? So the one in Haifa, they never got back. It's now lived in by some other family. And the house that the abandoned house that my grandfather just used as shelter for a while, it wasn't really his to begin with. So I don't know what happened to the family after they left, but my grandfather built a house with his own two hands on a piece of rented land because they wouldn't sell Palestinians land. And then once they got their citizenship and all of that, they were able to buy that lot, and we own that house to this day. Now, the other funny thing is that my family owned acres and acres of land in Nasra, which is Nazareth. That's where my father's side of the family is originally from, and have lived there or we have history there for 1,600 years documented. That land is documented in our family 1,600 years, but our ancestry lived there for millennia, like BC, like pre-Jesus times. And there was a legal battle. Israel tried to take that land from my family. And they were in court for many years. And I'm talking about, this was a huge parcels of land, many, many parcels, split amongst a big, huge family. That's how much land it was. We're named after that piece of land in Nassau and Uel Marj. Okay? They were in court for years. 99% of Palestinians that fight over land that was theirs, that the Israeli government wants to take over, 99% lose. My family was in that 1% that won. I mean, my grandmother was alive and well, and so were other family members that practiced sihir. I remember when I was going back and forth with one of those cocksuckers on that godforsaken forum, which will not be named. I was so pissed because they accused me of not practicing sihir. So I posted a picture of sihir that was buried in my grandmother's closet. And it was done by another family member. And I deleted it within like maybe, I don't know, a few hours or a day or two. I don't remember, but I had to prove a point because this motherfucker said, oh, for someone who, what did they say? Oh, she can't show the sacred practice that her family supposedly practiced for years. But what did they say? Something slick, like saying like, oh, she doesn't practice sihir. That her family didn't practice sihir. So I showed them a screenshot so they could see the date and they could see where the picture was taken. Okay, it was an iPhone, so of course it said Israel. And because they won't say Palestine. And showed the area we were in and the date that was like 2 years prior to that date. And the person said, oh, that was sihir practiced on your family, not by your family. I said, motherfucker, that was sihir practiced on my family, by my family. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's how deeply ingrained sihir is in my family. Okay, my aunts, my cousins, my grandmother, my grandfather's brother. I mean, anyway, I ended up deleting the picture because, you know, it was very sacred. But my grandmother obviously was alive during this years long battle, and we won, and we got to keep our land. The Israeli government wanted to pay us. Guess how much they paid my family for? It was like, I don't even know how many years at this point. By the time they won the case, it had to have been at least 30 years. They wanted to give them 1 shekel, which is like the equivalent of 1 shekel is like the equivalent of a penny. Per year for rent for that land. 1 shekel. Bet they don't even know what it looks like talking all that crap. They could shove it up their ass. Yeah. So, مجانين بالعادة. I'm not a political person in general, but I saw it on YouTube. The USS Liberty survivor speaks out. Candace, episode 118, Candace Owens. P.S. I don't care about religion and politics and all that. So, well, it's not for me. I'm not usually a big political thing, but this is my people. This had a direct impact on my family. It's still impacting. Thank God, alhamdulillah, my family is protected and safe. I did lose 2 aunts in the last year. Well, my Aunt Samira died last June. It'll be a year next month. My Auntie Rima passed in February. She was my uncle's wife, but I've known her my whole life, and she was amazing. They were old. They died of old age. They didn't die of the war. You know, my aunto died at 80. She was like 83, 84 years old, and my Auntie Rima died at 73, 74. Still kind of young-ish, but she smoked for many years, and she had COPD. So, I mean, she lived long considering all her, you know, she kept smoking till the very last day. So it had nothing to do with the war, why they died. And my friend Rana, who's been living in Gaza for all these years, she managed, my spirits have been protecting her apartment by alhamdulillah, and by the grace of God and the spirits, the jinn, the angels, my ancestors, all the spirits that walk with me, they managed to protect her home, her belongings, which is unheard of, because not in looting by other Palestinians, because actually Palestinian people are very loving and they help each other, they feed each other. If one person doesn't have food, the other person will give them their food. That's just how we are. But the Kharab ILF Khara diaper forces, they would loot. They would go into these apartments and houses and steal all their stuff and play in their lingerie and act like animals, okay? And alhamdulillah, my spirits protected her house. There was a little bit of damage, but nothing big, still livable. All her stuff was there. It was a miracle. And she, thanks me every time she texts, and I said, sis, don't thank me. It's my job to protect you. It's my honor. But she's mad. She took 3 cats. So she had her husband, her 2 daughters, and 3 cats that she had to evacuate from Gaza City to no, it went from Gaza City to Rafah, Gaza City from Gaza City to Rafah, then from Rafah back to Khan Yunis, because first they started with Khan Yunis, and then it just went, so it was actually 3 times. So she went from Gaza City to Rafah, then from Rafah to Khan Yunis, then back to Gaza City with 3 cats, 2 kids, and her husband. And alhamdulillah, they were able to do that and have food and water and everything they needed. And I know the spirits. Every day I pray and I ask, to protect her family, or kul ahl Gaza, everybody in Gaza. But that's 2.1 million people. It was 2.2 million. They killed over 100,000. So now 2.1 million of people. I don't know their names. I don't know who they are, but I pray for their protection. And whenever I see a video, I had to stop watching the clips and stuff, because every time I'd see a baby, I would do a spell, and and I will continue to do that, but it gets to be a lot. But I will never stop doing everything to protect them, and I will always keep working on that piece of shit until everybody turns against him. Inshallah, his prostate cancer kills him slow and painfully, and he goes to prison. And I think it was a big, and don't think he doesn't have a slew of Kabbalah practitioners who are very powerful. They killed Itzhak Rabin, and they killed Ariel Sharon with their magics. Ariel Sharon went into a coma for 8 months. 8 years. Never woke up. Finally died. And that was exactly, he went to a coma 6 months after they did the Pulsa de Nora, and he died 8 years later, but he was effectively dead 6 months later because he was in a coma. And then Itzhak Rabin, they did the same thing, only they didn't get his on tape, and he got assassinated. So anyway, so that's, Bibi has prostate cancer. If you look at him too, there's tons of witches around him, Kabbalists. And a lot of witches have been working against him, including myself. But if you look at Bibi, if you look at the chara, you can see in his face he's getting sicker and sicker and thinner. And now there's talks that Trump made a deal with Hamas and got one of the last American hostages released. So he made a deal with the Houthis without Chara Yahu. Chara means ship, by the way. He made deals, behind, without him. And he's pretty much, now I don't know if I trust him, but I know he's doesn't like the fact that he looks like another country's bitch. He doesn't like the fact that other people are saying he's weak and that he is basically Natan Khara's bitch. And that, I know that bothers him. So that may work in our favor, that ego. But anyway, now let's talk about the Google practitioners. And I use the term loosely. The 12-year-olds, literal, like 16-year-olds, that are charging tens of thousands, 6,000, 7,000, $8,000 for spell work. They're mixing all kinds of practices that they have absolutely no business even mixing. It doesn't make any sense. But there's one gentleman in particular who's white, and he is European. He has 2 European flag countries on his like, on his name. I think it's the Ukrainian flag and the French flag. I'm not going to give him any clout by saying his name. But he obviously stumbled upon an ancient book. And basically he's copying the conjurations on paper and making it look pretty, and he's putting it out in the public eye. But what people don't understand, I saw his comments. He's telling people that he had to do a lot of translating. So in other words, he had to use a lot of Google Translate, which is not accurate when it comes to Arabic, especially Arabic Fusha, proper Arabic. The Arabic language, the spoken language and the written language, are 2 different languages. That's why someone who can't read and write Arabic, if they watch the news in Arabic, you're only going to be able to pick up a few words here and there. Now, he told other people to translate, and that, I think he said he was offering classes. When I'm watching this guy, and all he's doing is he's printing the conjurations, but he's not using them properly. With those conjurations, there are steps. And if he's not able to, if he's not properly translating these, I'm not going to lie, one of the spells I saw came from an ancient sihir book. Okay, that's become pretty well known, but I'm still not going to say the name of it. If you know, you know. But it's a book you have to be very careful with, and if you don't have a connection to the jinn, you hear the cat. Do you guys hear the cat as I'm talking about this? Do you hear it? Better? What the hell? Can you hear my voice? Wow, it's funny. You know, how long was it frozen? The jinn, you know, they work with electronic current. You hear it? They don't want me to talk about. Did you hear the cat again? That's not her, Habibti. That's them. That's the jinn. They don't want me talking about it. I'm getting yelled at. Every time I start to talk about the details of the spell, she starts meowing and the screen starts freezing and you guys can't hear me or see me. Could you hear me or see me or no? Did you hear that just now? Did you hear that noise just now? Yeah. Yeah, that's them. حاضر حاضر أنا سمعتكم خلاص بديش أحكي. Anyway, they don't want me to talk about it. They don't want me to talk about it every time so let's just skip to the point where this person and quite a few people now are I don't know where they're getting these ta'weezes, but they're not done correctly. I'm just telling them that they shouldn't be doing it. I'm not giving any information. Anyway, they're getting this I don't know, from Google or what. A few of the ta'weezes are mostly correct, but here's the thing. They don't even know what they're trying to, the way they're doing it. There was one, so this guy was making it look good, making it look pretty, but he wasn't, there's no way in hell he was using the proper, there's commands that you have to use. There's steps you have to use. There's a protocol you have to use. Okay? You can't just put the writing and then just stick it on the thing with candles around it and honey and make it like a candle spell. That's not correct. That's not correct way to use that. There are commands. There is a protocol. You have to do it on a specific day. You have to do it on a specific planetary hour. You have to do it on a specific moon phase. You have to do it on a sun phase. A lot of these are done during the day. Some of them depending on what jinn you're working with. These people seem to just think you could put the I don't know what, the conjuration or the sigils on a piece of paper, put a bunch of candles around it, and that's it. But that's not how it's done. And you know how I know that they're not doing it properly? Because when you do it properly, you can see the energy around it. You could see the candles acting in a certain way. There's just this energy that comes off of the work. On top of that, these are non-Arabs. These are non-Muslims. Now, I'm not Muslim, right? Sihir stems from Sufism, Sufi mysticism. You have to, at the very minimum, speak Arabic. Yes, jinn understand English and other languages from all across the world. Yes, they can speak to you in English. They spoke to me in English if they wanted to. They very rarely trust humans because we have a bad reputation of treating them very bad, treating them like slaves. Okay? They have a mistrust for us. So they don't work with just anybody. You have to have an ancient bloodline, a pure bloodline. That means Arab, Levantine Arab, Mesopotamian or Iraqi, North African, like Egyptian, Morocco, Tunisian, Sudanese, Somali, if they can speak Arabic, Pakistani, if they can speak Arabic. The language, so you have to have the either Middle Eastern or North African bloodline. And I'm not talking about 2%. I'm not talking about even 50%. You could be like 50% Moroccan and 50% Palestinian, you know, as long as you have that bloodline. Okay, you could be 50% Sudanese, 50%, you know, Lebanese. Okay, you have to have the bloodline. Even Turkish, okay, Iranian. But you have to be able to read, write, or at the very minimum, speak fluent Arabic. It has to be, you know, from the MENA bloodline. But speaking Arabic is the very minimum you can get away with. Because even if a mentor like myself put things for you in English, like Latin letters, but in Arabic, so you could read it in Arabic but with Latin letters, you would have to enunciate those words properly. Because if you're off one syllable, you will fuck up the entire thing, and you can end up conjuring something that is you don't want to. Okay. They will not show themselves to everybody. They will not speak to everybody. They will not grant wishes to everybody. They have free will. Why is jinn sorcery so powerful then? Is it possible that some people have jinn sorcery in their path? It's because the Arabic alphabet also has magical properties to it. Exactly. So you're asking the question and then you're answering, Habibti. Why is jinn sorcery? So you're asking it, but then you just answered it. Is it possible that some people have jinn sorcery in their path? Absolutely. And it is possible that some people have jinn in their lineage, in their bloodline. Jinns did mix with humans way back in the day. Now, it was haram on their part. And even angels mixed with humans and created giants, according to the Quran. But that's a whole nother thing. Now, my grandmother, who practiced sihir, she was a I don't want to say scholar, but she was very educated in the Quran, in the Bible, in the Torah, and in the Talmud. She was just a very educated woman when it came to spirituality and religion. Now, the Arabic alphabet has magical properties. Yes, it does. Each, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but each letter in the Arabic alphabet carries a vibration. And when certain surat are written in a specific order, and it's like broken up, like it's not written straight like regular, it will be written in a circle, it will be written, backwards with different numbers. Certain numbers have different powerful energies and the combinations thereof, okay? But these conjurations, when put in a specific pattern, are they're like, they were basically, there was codes put into the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah. The Torah is basically the Old Testament, okay? So those are the three holy books that can be used to conjure jinn. And they were written in a certain format. And within those paragraphs, within those chapters, there are codes. Like, for example, the fourth letter of the fourth. This is just an example. I'm not giving you a real thing. This is just an example. Like the fourth letter of the fourth chapter, of the fourth verse, of the fourth, this. And when you write it in that order, backwards, with, say 4, 4, 4, 4, 1, 6, 7, 8, 4, 4, different numbers, when you add those all together, it creates a ta'weez or conjuration. And when you write it on a specific day of the week, specific planetary hour, and you say a specific command for that sacred jinn, and you call upon the 7 names of the 7 jinn kings, that's how you conjure the jinn. So, seeing a lot of visions, Louisa and Marin, or how they killed her justice from God, big earthquake, into the Dark Lord, her justice, evil spirits still inside of those places until now for more than 2,000. I wonder about the Arabic people who mix with the Native Americans. There's few tribes who have strong ties to Islam, which few people know. With the Native Americans, are you talking about Native Americans? Are you talking about here? You sure you meant Native Americans, or are you talking about the Africans? Years I've seen a lot. They have power lines and power lines. Jinn, exactly. No, I was talking about how you use Arabic. Wars of jinns and shayateen. Have you ever had trouble with friendships with Arabs due to your practice? People are afraid of me. No, all my Arab friends, to be honest, most of my Arab friends that are not related, they practice magic just like me. My family, of course, it's in our bloodline. So whenever they have an issue, they come to me. One of my cousins is very well versed in the Quran. I actually, so I use the conjurations from the Psalms in the Bible. See, so this is another thing I want to talk about. The connection of hoodoo to sihir. Well, I'll get into that in another video, but hoodoo took a lot of our influence, okay, working with the jinn. So, like, for example, the mojo bag, that is a direct, that was taken from the tawiz or the hijab. We call them tawiz, hijab, where we would it's the idea of putting a spirit inside a bag and feeding it. Hey, Joe Habibi. Hey, Shireen boy, do I got news for you about the bitch? Love you, call you this week. Love you, boo. Okay, a lot of our influence, along with Native American influence, along with Romanian influence, okay, along, with the Roma, Gypsy. I know that word is, I guess, considered a slur. The Gypsy, I have a Gypsy witch deck, tarot deck, so I don't know what else to call them. The Roma, they took a lot of different elements. Hoodoo is like a hodgepodge of different practices, but for the most part, a lot of their practice came from sihr, from the West Africans when they were brought here on during the slave trade, and when they were forced into Christianity, before they would use Quran, and they would use the Tawiz, and they would, use these traditions, and then when they came here, they had to hide it. I'll make a whole separate video on that, but hoodoo has taken a lot of Middle Eastern and Arab influence. She did it for me, only one mantra with orally to fly in the sky of all that saved my little bro, but now he's in a real jail, king of shit. Mr. 3 can't do nothing for us. Here he is. I'm sorry. These reading glasses, I need more. I need to get my prescription. These are just reading glasses. I need to get new prescription glasses. I've just been so busy. apparently a portion of the Cherokee mixed with Arab Muslims. One chief was named Muhammad ibn Abdullah. I'll have to look into that. But my whole point was be careful watching these TikTok fucking snakes. They're not even Arab, Middle Eastern, North African, Muslim. They have no knowledge. They don't even speak Arabic. You can maybe get away without reading and writing it, because even the conjurations, like like even my own father or uncle, who's born, their first language was Arabic, and the first thing they learned how to read and write was Arabic, but they can't even read the conjurations because they're written like it's equivalent to reading, like if I put in front of you in a circle ZYXWVOTSRQPONMLKJISGFEDCBA. Read that. You can't. I mean, you can, but it's not gonna it's gonna be nonsense. So it's best if you know how to read and write in Arabic, but you definitely, at the very least, know how to speak Arabic properly and fluently, and know the Arabic alphabet, and know how different words, you have to use different inflection. Like, say, for example, trying to think of an example, of course, now that I'm trying to think of one, like with two words that mean totally different things, but they sound so much alike. Of course, I can't think, but say, for example, there's two words, right? You know how you get a brain fart when you're trying to think of something specific? Like, I can't think. Okay, well, I'll use an English example. Like, there, and they are, right? Same word, but if you say over there, okay, you're meaning over there. When you say that's theirs, you're meaning belongs to them. If you say they're going to the store, you're meaning they are. So the same with Arabic, only there's words that sound identical, but with just a little difference in the inflection of the syllable. And that little difference will make it a whole different word. Okay. Gosh, like, how can I not think of an example right now off the top of my head? I'm having a brain fart, but there's a lot of words like that. But instead of it being the same exact word, just a different meaning, there's just a slight difference in the word. And if you say it wrong, you're fucking up the whole command. And instead of calling in the jinn, you could insult the jinn. Or instead of releasing the jinn, you can be keeping them trapped. Habibti Palestine G4za Pinch versus Dance. in Arabic. Oros versus Oros versus Oros versus Oros. Ors. Yeah, Oros means dance. Oh, Ors for pinching. It may be my dialect. Well, you're Palestinian, aren't you? Go and ask her how, not here in Morocco, but in Romania. I love her only one witch until now. Michael Minka, she did save me that night too, if we can ask, or at least do it. Huh? Magic has nothing to do with religion. What are you talking about? My uncle has an old treasure house, an old house worth billions of dollars, has a curse on it. Magic has nothing to do with religion. Bandar, you're right and you're wrong, though. Oh, North Palestine. Yeah, there's different dialects within. Like there's the Fallahi, where there's the Fallahin, and there's, like we'll use the, Fallahi, like Chief Halich, or, from Nasra, we'll say Kif Halik. This person is having a psychotic episode. Who? Arabic is so hard. Shlonek. Shlonek. Yeah, that's totally different. Shlonek. Shochbarek. Nemaya is having an episode. Almost for 10 years to study this jinya inside of me. A real war. Excusing me for that stream, but I'm flying up in the sky. Kung Fu. What? Heard to non-Arabics. But that's a different dialect. That's like. So how are you not afraid shitless to offend the jinn? Who Habibti, me, or yeah, our dialect is similar to Syrian. No, they understand any dialect, from Arabi, but Arabi Fusha is usually, best, but the dialect of Palestinians is the closest dialect. The Levantine Arabic is the closest dialect to Arabi Fusha. So, yeah, it doesn't, like, for example, like, you could say shukran, like, when you're talking to them, but instead, you'll say mashhur. So it's okay to use a different dialect, but what I'm saying is a non-Arab who has no knowledge of speaking Arabic, if they're written the conjuration, or they're written the commands in English letters but Arabic dialect, they're going to read it and it's going to be completely off. Like type, for example, type something in Arabic in English writing, but type me something in Arabic. I'm going to give you an example. Type something basic in Arabic. Like, kif halik. أنا مبسوطة, something like that. كيفك, كيفك, okay. You see how she wrote كيفك, كيفك, okay. English, American or English-speaking person would say كيفك, right? كيفك. But the proper way of saying that, depending on the dialect, there are accents, but I would say كيفك or كيفك. Okay, مع السلامة, okay? مع السلامة, all right? Somebody who doesn't know that word would say مع السلامة, right? They would have no idea how to say that. Now, me speaking Arabic, I know she's trying to say kifik. Now, saying kifik, that's a good example of two Arabic words that sound the same but mean different, because you could say kayif, like kayfik, right? Like to be happy, but kayif, right? Or kayfik, that's like a different, a lot of, like, I think Syrians will say kayfik, kif halak, kayfik, right? But she means kifik, how are you, kifik, or ma salama, okay? But if the way she wrote it is ma, so if just somebody who doesn't know Arabic at all would say, there's so many different ways to pronounce that word. Ma salima, ma salami, ma salama, ma salama, ma salame. You get what I'm saying? Only Arabic I can read is Quran. So you see what I'm saying? Like, thank you, Becky's review and TikTok, right? But I'm just saying I'd be anxious about offending them. Not sure if that makes sense. No, they're not offended. They're not offended because they understand no matter what dialect you're speaking. But somebody who doesn't speak Arabic at all, them saying, them saying, Ma Salima, they're going to be like, the fuck? Or Kifik, they might say, well, this way spelled, they might not have such a hard time, Kifik. But if somebody wrote it like the first way, K-fuck, K-fuck for a man, K-fuck, they might say K-fack, K-fack, Kai-fack. It's totally wrong, okay? So, فرصة سعادة, فرصة سعادة. So, somebody who doesn't speak Arabic might say فرصة سعيدة, فرصة سعيدة. Okay, you got it? So they're not, I meant more if you were mispronouncing something, fuck everything up. Us as Arabs, though, we have Arab, English, American, first generation American, Palestinians. Yeah, we have an accent that, depending on how well we speak. Now, the white folk, Americans, they'll hear me speak Arabic, and they'll say they can't hear my accent. They can't hear that, I don't have a perfect accent in Arabic. I speak good Arabic, but I have an accent. My family overseas, they could tell I have an accent. People overseas know I'm not born there because I have an accent. Just like when they come here and speak English, they speak good English, but they have a little accent. But we still are getting them the proper word, if that makes sense. It may have a little bit of an accent, but we're still saying the proper word. Does that make sense? So you're saying the jinn prefer Arabs. No, what I'm saying is essentially when you conjure a jinn, there's a few different languages that you can use while conjuring a jinn. One is Aramaic. Two is Hebrew, believe it or not. Three is Arabic. Typically Islamic or Arabi Fusha, and they call it Islamic Arabic because it's the proper Arabic used in the Quran and the written dialect, okay? Which the Levantine Arabic is closest to. But so Arabi Fusha, the proper Arabic. Then just regular Arabi. Then you have the Anunnaki language, which is the language of the Anunnaki gods. And those are the main. Tone is everything, yes. Tone, but also getting out the right word. Because somebody wrote, Gifik means how are you? So if you're speaking to a female jinn, you say Gifik. You're speaking to a male jinn, Gifak. But if somebody wrote that out for you in English words and you don't speak Arabic and you have no prior knowledge of Arabic words, and believe me, the commands are more in depth than just gifik or gifak. It's a long, it's a long command, I'm not going to say the commands because I'm not going to do that. But let's just say, for example, you invite them in. Ahlan. Ahlan. Hold on, I wanted to see. So what are you? What are you? I got confused about. What am I? Why did you time him out? Oh. What am I? I'm Palestinian. I'm a spiritual worker. What, did she say something offensive? It's my last message to warning up again. Look what happened to us because of her. I don't play with tube call or knock door. Ask his king now, ending up his war again against us, the devil war against us. What is this person talking about? Okay, this person's definitely have a mental health break. No, she's definitely, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's spamming with her, she's going through spiritual psychosis. No, you could block, Habibti, khalas, I don't, that's obnoxious and annoying. Haram, I hope you feel better, but yeah. So what are you? I got confused about. I'm Palestinian, full-blooded, first generation, born in the United States. Both my parents were born in Palestine. My grandmother was a practitioner. A healer was her main thing, and removing curses and evil eye from people, especially young children, protections, things of that nature. She did know how to do curses, but she didn't teach me that. That's something that just I learned on my own. I just knew what to do. My grandmother was essentially almost like a scholar in different belief systems. Well, Abrahamic. She knew the Quran inside out. She knew the Torah, which is the Old Testament, inside out, and she knew the New Testament inside out, the Bible inside out. And yes, religion does have to do with sihir, because just like, because there are codes within those sacred texts that are used to conjure spirit and jinn. So yes, the religion itself has enough to do with it, but not in a way that it dictates certain things. But there are codes within those religious texts that allow us to use these sacred writings to conjure specific entities, if that makes sense. Love, you're great and beautiful. Oh, thank you, Habibti. You're great and beautiful. Do they speak to you telepathically? So the first time they ever appeared to me, January 17, 2024, I heard them in my ear. They were breathing very heavily in my ear. And when they manifested in full form, the first one nodded. It had like a light head. It was like a holographic light. It was purple, green, and blue. And in the middle, there was like a head, like a light that was shaped kind of like a diamond, ovalish shape head, but no face. And in the light, in the stripes, you could see kind of like almost like a dimension, like another world. But it's like looking at it through a blind. Like you couldn't see everything. It's like you're peeking through a blind. And you could see like pyramids and look like palm trees and pyramids. And the head was what he used to answer me when I asked him the questions. I was like, my first words literally were, holy shit. Did I do something wrong? And he shook his head, yes. He went like this. And I said, are you here to hurt me? And he said, it almost looked like he shook his head like a child. The way like little kids shake their head, like really like, and that's how he shook his head. And then I said, are you here to protect me? And he went. And I said, are you sure you're not here to hurt me? And then he didn't reply. Like, bitch, I already answered you. And then, like, I started kind of running around, like, cleaning up the bathroom. I don't know why, because they don't mind mess. And I was like, I need to get you an offering. Like, I can't believe you're here in my bathroom. And so I just ran and grabbed a bowl of drink. And I was like, where do you want me to put this? And then I heard water going down the drain in the other bathroom. It sounded like when you unplug a bathtub and water goes down the drain. So did you hear that? Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about it now. Yes, I'm Palestinian. It was intense. So anyway, real quick, I'll tell you, he said something in my ear. Okay. All right. I'm done talking about this because I don't think they want me to keep talking about it. The walking now is just Rocco, but something just fell off the floor and the blinds just started shaking out of nowhere. So that's Rocco coughing right now. Allah. Allah, habibi. Allah. Saha. Saha. Anyway, that's just Rocco making that noise. But something just knocked off the table. And then the blinds just started shaking out of nowhere. So we'll maybe save that part for another time. But one thing I will say, he said in my ear, that's the first time you ever told me you love me. And that freaked me the fuck out because jinns can fall in love with you, and I thought that's what happened. And I was terrified. But I've told the story. If you guys, if any of you know, it's way back from last year. The whole story is I went live with my friend Vani. If any of you find the link and you want to post it in the comments, you can go back and watch it because I keep talking about it and they seem to keep not liking it. So anyway, it's getting late too, and I want to get to bed early because the full moon's tomorrow and I need my rest and I have so much shit to do. Please, you guys, whenever I go live, those of you who have my phone number, take it upon yourselves to blow me up. It's almost like you see that I went live and you're like, oh, well, she had time to go live, so I guess I could just blow up her phone because, she must not be busy. That prevents me from wanting to go live, to be honest. Because, it's very distracting when I'm trying to get work done and my phone blows up. And I have an assistant. I love when you guys check in and just say, hi, how are you, whatever. But when it comes to your case, unless I gave you specific, saha ya habibi, unless I gave you specific instructions to send my phone updates for certain cases, I may do that because I have my reasons. Like, I have to keep a closer eye on those cases for different reasons. And those people generally are paying good money for that extra work, because that is work and time. And let me just say this, and I'm going to, before I close this, I'm going to vent a little bit. Seemingly, like the bitch that did extort my client for 7 Gs and challenged me to fuck her up, along with that other cocksucker extortionist, the one I used the goat head on. Yeah, he pretty much messaged me letting me know he didn't want no more beef with me, but too little too late, because even though you deleted that shit on that fuck ass forum, it's never truly deleted. Same with that fuck ass let me just shut my mouth. Once you post something on that fuck ass forum, even when you delete it, the original post itself, you could only see the title of it, but you could still see all the comments, which you were going back and forth with yourself with. So though you deleted all those comments, all those posts, they're still viewable, because that's just how piece of shit that fucking forum is. I gave you the chance to do it right, to do it the nice way, but you wanted to extort me. And I told you, I gave you opportunity to just do the right thing, and I would not fuck up your entire existence, but you chose to do it the hard way. So your little text telling me that you have no gripes or no beef with me does nothing, because the damage was done. Calling me scammer, saying, I wonder if Arabian Conjure can stop me in my tracks with all her magic crap. And if she doesn't, I would ask myself just how useful this scammer's magic crap really is. In this case, it wasn't jealousy, it was entitlement. You see, this particular person, which, by the way, I have his full name, date of birth, picture, mugshots from prior fraudulent extortion and squatting charges. I could easily publicly humiliate the fuck out of him. But I'm keeping that just in case I need it for a rainy day, because my spell work already did its thing. But he stuck with his end of the bargain and deleted all the shit because he got fucked up. Unfortunately, some things, once you post them on the internet, they never go away. So what my spirits choose to do, they continue to fuck you up. I'm not reversing anything I did, but I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse, but that don't mean my spirits won't. Now, as for that's a male loser, male piece of shit. I won't call him a man because he's a bitch. But now for the female that back in August of last year, she calls herself being bruja. She extorted my client for $7,000 and threatened to tell his target if he didn't pay up, and threatened to contact his job and all this other stuff. On top of that, she was very, what do you say of abusers in the spiritual community? How do we address this when they're threatening their victims with magic? You told me about this. She's a loser and wannabe witch. And have you seen her lately? Have you seen her lately, Palestine? Did you see her page lately and what she's been posting? So unethical. No, my God, what happened? Girl, you need to go check it out. I'll send you I got the screen recording because she wants to delete all of it, but I screen recorded it all. She broke 8 ribs. Mind you, one of the spells I did just to boost it up, I used the rib cage candle. I just did basic candle magic with a little bit of sihir mixed in. I just put sihir on her picture for mind confusion and psychosis. Nothing crazy. I did some basic jar work. I really didn't even do that much. Imagine if I would have did what I did to that motherfucker who tried to extort me. See, the other motherfucker tried to extort me and said that he would continue posting shit about me to try to ruin my reputation online, to try to ruin my business if I didn't pay him $1,000 up front in Bitcoin and then $1,000 a month after that. Yeah, right, motherfucker. Yeah, right. I guess you didn't know what the fuck I was capable of. Oh, I fucked his ass up. Well, now he didn't put everything online for me to see what happened, but from what I can read and from his text basically telling me that he didn't want no more beef, that told me all I needed to know. And then when I saw that those posts are still visible, I messaged him and I said, "Oh, I guess you wanna awaken a sleeping demon." And he said, "Oh, I deleted everything. I don't know why it keeps coming up. I have no access to it, and all these threats, they're just not necessary. And cop and please, I don't have no beef with you." And come to find out, it's because where he posted these things, you could delete them, but they'll still show up on Google. So that's your fuck up. But anyway, with her, I had used a ribcage candle. And I have pictures of this, and some of y'all saw it. Palestine, I think I showed it to you, right? I used a spine candle. I sent Palestine all the pictures, among other people. I used a dead rat. I used chicken hearts. Oh, I didn't show you the candles? I'll send it to you. Palestine, you are who I think you are, right? Maybe I didn't. Yeah, okay. Maybe I didn't send you the pictures. Anyway, I'll send them to you. Text me so I could, so you remind me. But I use this ribcage candle, spine candle. Mind you, all candle work except for a little a sigil sihir for mind confusion and drug addiction, because she made fun of, she talked shit about my recovery off of opiate pain meds, something that I battled with, something that I didn't choose. I was in my early 20s. I was 23 years old when a doctor put me on heavy pain medication for a bad accident. And I've talked about this as a cautionary tale to people. And that cunt used that as a weapon against me, words of weapon against me, to talk shit, to talk down on me like I'm less than, because I went through that struggle at a very young age. Mind you, right after my mother passed away at 45 years old from pancreatic cancer. Okay, I got into a car accident, and the doctors way overprescribed me with oxycodone, 30 milligrams, 240 of them, which isn't even legal anymore. 90 long-acting oxycodone, oxycontin, I mean. Okay, 80 milligrams. I'm sorry, not 80, 40 milligrams. 90 Xanax bars, 2 milligram bars, and 60 Flexeril. That's what one 23-year-old was getting. So yeah, I got my physically addicted. And alhamdulillah, I've been free and clean since October 15th. I'm sorry, October 10th, 2015. So I talked about it. She extorted my client for $7,000. I came to his because she was mad that he came to work with me, because after working with her for a year, and she had told him, it's one thing if you would tell the client it's going to be a year or whatever it is, but this was a easy breezy case because they had just broken up. It was like brand new. Had I got him at that point, I would have offered him a quick one and done, candle work, $153 max. Okay, but this bitch got him right after the breakup and worked on him for months and months and got zero results. In fact, it was getting worse. And she just kept asking for more and more money, and he was dumping tens of thousands of dollars in her pocket. Like, he paid her like $25,000 to $30,000. Until finally he found me. Ironically, on one of those bitch ass forums, no matter how many times they try to put me down, they actually brought me business. Because people saw, hey Rose Habibti, people saw the love I got and all the people defending me and all my clients having my back. So that actually brought business to me. Anyway, so when she did that to my client, on top of that, she was posting subliminals about me, saying things about, oh, you know, you're working with a drug addict. You're working with a scamming drug addict, and blah, 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 talking all sorts of shit. Then she contacts him out of the clear blue after he had basically just stopped responding to her. And she said, oh, I thought we were supposed to continue the work, because she wanted more money. See, that's what these practitioners do. They give you zero results. They take thousands and thousands of dollars with no movement, no results. And then they have the audacity to try to get you to pay even more money. And now, keep in mind, when somebody follows all the directions and they don't get the result, they shouldn't have to pay more money. Now, I know this guy with me, he definitely broke every fucking rule in the book. So who knows if I'm pretty sure he did the same with her. But still, at that point, she should have just been done. I would have just been done and been like, listen, I'm not going to keep wasting my time and your money because you're not listening. She didn't choose to do that. She just kept milking him for more money. And then she was projecting onto me when he told her he, wanted to work with me. She was projecting onto me, telling him that I was inexperienced. Bitch, I've been on YouTube alone for 17 years, not 17 years, since 2017, posting videos for, what is that? Nearly a decade. I mean, 8.5 years. Okay. I've been in business and teaching on the internet for 8.5 years. Okay. I've been practicing. I've been doing witchcraft. I'm a generational Arab Palestinian sihir practitioner since birth. And I started practicing when I was 13 years old, reading cards when I was 11 and 12. Okay. My grandmother was a practitioner, great-grandmother, great-great-grandmother. My father's brother was a high priest. You get the point, okay? I'm inexperienced. When your ass was a COVID witch, popped up on TikTok in 2021, 2020, when everybody, it became a trend, and then your numbers kept changing, the amount of time that you've been practicing kept changing. Funny, you said that it's been in your family for a long time, yet one of your stories, you said that you debated on coming on social media because you didn't want to get disowned by family members. So that doesn't make sense. How are you a generational witch? And how have you been practicing for 30 some odd years? When, bitch, how old are you? Because, I mean, you don't look like you could be more than, 50 tops, but I don't even think that. Maybe 45, 46. But, okay. So you are a generational practitioner, but yet your family would disown you? That doesn't make fucking sense. I practice. You guys have seen my family on my channel. My father, my sister, my siblings, my cousins have made appearances in my lives. Like, it's very clear my family is very well aware of what I do and that it's in my family. I've showed altars overseas, everything. So, but I digress. So when he tried to end the relationship, the best way he knew how, she starts posting subliminals about me, about him, saying, oh, it's funny when a client leaves you to work with a scamming drug addict. But didn't put no name on that shit. Meanwhile, she's following me. And I'm following her. Because I want to keep tabs on the bitch. So finally, I slide up in her DMs. And I said, bitch, who the fuck you talking? I said, who you talking about? I said, talking about drug addict, talking about scammer, knowing like the shit that she was saying to him. Meanwhile, like when I spoke to her on the phone a couple times, she was swinging from my nuts like Tarzan. Wee, kissing my ass. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was, Habibti. Okay, I could have sworn I sent you the pictures. And hold on, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send them real quick so you can make me. She wanted to make fun of people in recovery, right? And then I put kidneys, heart, chicken hearts. She talks about heart failure, kidney failure. Okay. Now the bitch is in she's having spine surgery. She's in a neck brace. I did that August 2024 when we got into it. So wait, let me backtrack. When I slid up in her DMs, and I haven't talked shit about this bitch, but when she thinks she's slick, okay? Talking about if my haters really think that they did this, beef so fucking for real, look at your life, I have eyes. Now, I don't know if she's talking about me or she got other haters because I haven't even really been posting because I've been too busy. So I don't know what the fuck. She best not be talking about me because it's just going to get worse, bitch. I promise you that. Keep throwing. If I even get a simple inkling that you fucking are throwing subliminals at me again, bitch, this is just the beginning, because I will fucking wreck you. Because I left your ass alone because I felt like you got enough. But that don't mean I reversed it. But I did this in August. So let me back up. So I rolled up in her DMs. Bitch, who are you talking about? I said, you're throwing all these subliminals, talking about scammers, talking about drug addicts. Who the fuck are you? Who are you talking about? Because it's funny, because you were saying the same shit about me to said client. And she goes, she goes, I'm honestly blown away. Tell them in the live, Habibti. Tell them in the live. Okay, what you saw. I said, because you were saying the same shit about me to said client. I said, so put a name on that bitch. You're talking about me. Stick a name on that bitch. She goes, if I was talking about you, I would have tagged you. I said, bitch, but you didn't tag anybody. She said, I knew that this was in your blood, but I never stopped being fascinated by the spirit world and the supernatural and the fact some people like yourself. Sis, post it in the live. Post it in the live. Hold on, let me tell you. I'm back in the live. So I said, you were saying the same shit about me to him. I said, so you mean to tell me just so happens you were talking about someone else? Because she said, I wasn't talking about you. And if I was talking about you, I would have tagged you. I would have put a name on that shit. I said, that's funny because you didn't tag anybody. I said, so who are you really talking about? Because you didn't tag anybody. She goes, that's when she got slick out of her mouth. She said, well, if the shoe fits, bitch, lace that bitch up and wear it. I said, oh, okay. I said, lace that bitch up and wear it. I said, all right. I said, so you getting disrespectful now, huh? She goes, I don't know what to tell you, chick. She goes, if you so big and bad, fuck me up then. She goes, you ain't nothing but a drug addict, bitch. You ain't nothing but a drug addict. And a scammer. That was a big mistake. I said, that's funny considering coming from a bitch who was arrested not long ago for methamphetamines. I said, I was addicted to opiate pain medication prescribed to me by a doctor. I said, I used to serve hoes like you, bitch. Okay. And that serving, anybody who's from the hood knows what serving means, okay? But we'll just leave that at that. In my younger, crazier days. And she said, oh, I used to serve hoes like you. And I'll tell you, serving somebody means selling them certain things. You serving them, right? So I said, she said, you literally did work on her back and spine, and it manifested. She has spine issues now. Shreen, you're beyond powerful. You're gifted. Her ribs, did you see the rib cage one and how she broke her ribs? You gave her spiritual ass whooping. The warning to anyone who wants to cross Shreen: if you love your life, think twice. The rib cage candle was the best part. I'll show you too, Bridge. I thought I sent it to you too. I know I sent it to Athena, another friend. I don't want to say her name because it's not a common one. Bridge, I could swear I sent it to you. I'm gonna send it to you. The rib cage candle. And then she talked about she broke 8 ribs, okay? Anyway, so she said, I used to serve bitches like you, serve hoes like you. Like I'm a baser. Like that's what they call serving hoes, you know, selling them substances. I said, nah, bitch. I said, you were the servee, not me. So anyway, I said, you know, I don't go back and forth. I said, I take it to the altar and shut the fuck up. I said, so you have a nice day. So I made it my business to fucking destroy her. This was August 1st, 2004. By October, by September, she was posting that her car she has a Mercedes, right? Her car kept glitching out. This is how it started. Kept glitching out. Lights just kept turning on and off. And it was because there was a tracker she put on that bitch that fucked with the car. So the Mercedes warranty would not cover it. Why was there a tracker? She tried to say that the police was tracking her. But I know, my cards told me she was tracking her cheating ass husband. She put a tracker on the car to track him. And it fucked up her car. Cost, guess how much to fix? $7,000. The exact amount that she extorted from my client. Mind you, he paid her his extortion fee, and I told him not to pay it, and she still told his target. Dirty ass bitch. Don't make me fucking expose you, bitch, because I got all the receipts. Go ahead and try me, bitch. Anyway, I think you would learn by now looking at your life. So she posts about her broken ribs. Mind you, I'm not even looking for it. People are sending it to me. My friends that knew what went down sent it to me. She's posting that she broke 8 ribs. Her father fell down the stairs and broke 2 bones in a matter of 8 months. Okay? 8 months. Mind you, she just made that post not long ago. I did the spell August of last year. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 9 months. So she said in 8 months he broke two ribs. Now, Her family wouldn't have gotten hit if she wouldn't have tried to probably throw something at me. But it's no holds bar when you tell me, if you so fuck, you ain't nothing but a drug addict, bitch, and if you're so big and bad, fuck me up then. Now I got a point to prove, right? You fucking with the wrong one. Who on earth fucks with a Palestinian, purebred, pure bloodline, Levantine descendant from the Canaanites, generational witch that practices jinn magic? You got to be out your fucking mind. And works with Santísima Muerte, which she happens to be a devotee of. And I did go to Santa Muerte and I asked her, I said, this woman did this, 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 and this. She disrespected me. She extorted my client. She made fun of my struggle with addiction. In my younger years, I was too young to even have gone through some shit like that. I didn't ask for it. I didn't know. That was a very vulnerable time. I had just lost my mother, got into an accident. One doctor referred me to another. That doctor referred me to another. That doctor and they popped me with pills galore. And it took me, I was on them bitches for 9 years. It took 9 years and a very hard lesson to get off that shit. And my brain will never be the same because of the damage done. Even though it's been 10 years, it'll be 10 years clean, August 10th of 2015. But your brain never is the same. But you're going to make fun of, to me, I took that as a very disrespectful thing to me and all other recovering addicts in this world. Rebecca Jones. Damn, girl, I haven't seen you in a long time. Santissima takes care of her children. And do you know how many children I brought to Santissima? A lot. But see, this bitch just uses Santissima. She uses her to scare people. She doesn't respect her. So I went to Santissima and I said, Santa, she did this, she did all these things, she disrespected me, she made fun of my recovery, she made fun of my addiction at a young age. She extorted thousands of dollars from my poor client after she already robbed him for tens of thousands of dollars, and still told his target everything. I said, I'm not asking you to touch a hair on her head because you're her. She claims to be a devotee, so she's your child as far as she claims. So I'm not going to ask you. I would never ask you to harm a hair on her head. All I'm asking you is to step aside and let me do what I need to do and let my jinns handle it. And if you give me a sign, if you give me a green light, I will get you a nice diamond bracelet. The next day, this bitch ended up in an ambulance. And she posted a video about, and Palestine G4za, I sent you that screen recording, that she was in an ambulance and they gave her fentanyl shot. When she talked about that fentanyl, that's how I knew. Here it goes. She's gonna start getting addicted. That's when I knew. A month goes by. Somebody sends me posts. She had she cracked 8 ribs. She now has severe osteoporosis, calcium deficiency. She's suffering kidney function issues. I used the kidney, chicken kidney. Heart failure, chicken heart. Don't forget the rib cage candle. Spine candle. She's got all sorts of spine issues. C4, C5, C6, C7, C12, fucking all these C's and T's and whatever. She posed her MRI. She needs spine surgery. She then she was posting on Facebook how she was mad that the doctors weren't giving her enough opiates. I have all these screenshots. I'm gonna send you those too, Bridge and Palestine. I just didn't want to hop off for too long. I'm gonna send you those too, and they could vouch for it. I have all these receipts posting how, you know, she needs, don't bother giving her no damn tramadol, that she needs opiates. So now she's addicted to opioid medication. And you can see now in every video she posts her eyes, that I know when somebody's on opiates, I could spot it from a mile away. There's a look in their eyes. She's heavily on opioids. Her daughter, who's an adult, because I don't fuck with the kids, she's a grown adult, had a mental health episode. Okay? But I'm going to leave her daughter alone because it ain't none of her business. But she must have tried to throw something at me because now it's affecting her whole family. Dad broke 2 bones. I wouldn't have fucked with him either, but she must have tried to do something. Her husband divorced her ass. Her business is in the shitter. She's constantly talking about how she can't, she's wheelchair bound. She's in a wheelchair now, and she can't move around properly to get her work done. So she stays behind, and she took a lot of shit off her shop because she can't maneuver. She got a neck brace. And she said, since October of last year, mind you, I worked on her August of last year. Sounds about right. Usually it could take, depends, some people, days. But she said since about October of last year. But even before that, she's probably just getting her months mixed up. Because she started posting shit well before that about how her phone got hacked and all this other stuff. That she's been through hell and back. And she's posting all this online for my viewing pleasure, even though I don't even watch, but people send me the shit. And Shireen, you spiritually body slammed her ass. Does she know this because of you? Because she needs to beg for forgiveness. I think she's so confused because I did that sihir mind confusion. I don't think she's putting 2 and 2 together. Either that or she's too prideful to admit, because in the last video I screen recorded, and I screen recorded all of them, so she could delete them now, but I got them all. She said, the last thing she said, oh, and if any of my haters think y'all caused this, be so fucking for real. Look at y'all lives. I have eyes on this app too. I know she ain't talking about me because I've been too busy to even post. So what else you seen? The last thing really I've been on was a podcast that went viral and hit now we're over 2 million views, 2.5 million views. My TikTok jumped up double in size. I'm almost at 10K. It's like 8,000 and change, but if I would have just kept posting, I probably would be at 10K, but I don't give whatever. I'm busy. I'm too busy working to make videos all the time, which I will. As soon as I catch up, I will be back to it. But, so I went viral, not once, not twice, but like 5 times on this channel. I did a tarot event where I got to meet my beautiful subscribers. I am booked and busy, mashallah. Thank my spirits. Thank you, my jinn, my spirits, the universe, the Almighty, Allah. Alhamdulillah, shukran, shukran, shukran. I'm very grateful to all my gods, goddesses, angels, saints, spirit guides, Santa Muerte, my jinns, of course, the Almighty, the universe. I'm very grateful. Stay booked and busy. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and brag, but my life is pretty fucking great. Starting a new podcast. That's a surprise. So I know she ain't talking about me, talking about looking at my life. So maybe she got beef with somebody else, but I know I'm the one that caused that shit. I mean, everything and everything I asked for, right down to the opiate addiction. I took chicken bones and I snapped them and I said, break her fucking bones. The spine candle, the rib cage candle, broken spine, broken ribs. The kidney failure. The chicken heart failure. Take her husband away. Divorce. Cause chaos and destruction in her life. All that chaos and destruction she wished upon me, send it to her times 10. And for all the people that she's extorted. Because I'm sitting here wondering, how is it that nobody's bashed her online? See, people like me that actually fucking work my ass off for people and give them way more time, energy, work, like hard labor, work, guidance. I provide them round the clock fucking customer service, plus like a friend, a therapist, not with me and my assistant. I boost their cases. I don't ask for any additional money unless they ask for additional work. If something isn't working, I will keep working on it. I'll change things up. I'll do this, I'll do that without asking for any extra money. I won't give up on them unless they're a rude fucking entitled asshole. Okay? Unless they disrespect me. Unless they talk shit about me, and I'll always know. I literally had a bitch try to bully me and Gabby. She's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I even did free work for her when she was struggling. No good deed goes unpunished. She came to me and she was struggling. I didn't want to take her case. I declined her. And she begged and begged and begged and begged. And she wanted hex work. Okay. I did hex work on her ex. And he had to sell his home. He lost his job. The girl he left her for lost her job. And this was just within the first few months. And mind you, there was no contact between he and her. This is all information that she got from snooping around, like, you know, Facebook or through the grapevine or whatever. But they didn't speak to each other directly. That wasn't enough for her in that short a period of time. And I told her whenever I take hex cases, I really hate doing them for other people, because what they don't understand is that not everybody posts their business out there for people to see. Not everybody is going to talk about their problems. Not everybody is going to put out there that their life is a fucking wreck. Especially when they know people are preying on their downfall. And she made that very clear, this person, to her ex-husband, that she was preying on his downfall. So of course he's not going to make that known. And I told her that before I even took her. I declined her at first. But she assured me she would not give me a problem. I knew I shouldn't have took her, but she wouldn't take no. Anyway, months go down the line. She don't have no contact with him. She could only go based on what she's heard. And she's just complaining incessantly, nonstop. And I told her, stop complaining, because the jinn don't like that. And you will, that's something that can cause you a problem, especially when they're trying to help you and I'm trying to help you and you're acting very entitled. They don't like to be treated like servants. And they don't like it when you try to treat me like a servant. Or Gabby, my assistant. So she slowed her roll for a little bit, and she started getting entitled again. And then she lost her fucking job. A good job, too, with a pension and benefits and good money. I said, I told you. I said, you're being very disrespectful and ungrateful to the spirits. They were showing you he had to downsize his house. He lost his job. She lost her position. The girl that he left her for, too, lost her position. And that wasn't enough for you to just wait it out. Sometimes it'll take me a year before I know what happens to the people I fuck up for my own self. And I pulled cards for her for free and showed her the cards, and it didn't look like they were doing good at all. It was all fucked up. But that wasn't enough for this dumb bitch, right? So she loses her job. So me being the person I am, I felt bad for her. I offered to do a Crown of Success for free. Crown of Success, Blockbuster, and Prosperity work for free. Full set. $1,333 worth of work. I could have offered her a little $133 prosperity jar, but I gave her a full set sihir, okay? A 27-day to 33-day ritual, alternating with moon phases, days of the week, planetary hours, or done over a 2.5 month period, and then boosted for anywhere from 3 to 6 months or up to a year, depending on how long it takes for them to be where they need to be. That's the difference between full set and a one and done. One and done is one and done. I do it once, you let me know. You get a picture of it, because I could show you a picture of candle, of jar spells or candle work. And then you let me know when it works. If you need more, I'll do one recast. And at that point, if you still got an issue, then you got something deeper going on. And I need to read into it. But besides the point, I offered her, because I felt bad for her, like an idiot. And I said, I'll do a full set crown of success, blockbuster, and prosperity for you. It hadn't been even a month. And this bitch is writing me emails through Gabby, talking cash money shit, complaining how it's not working fast enough, how she's not getting any interviews fast enough. I haven't even finished the full set of work yet, the full 33 days. Remember, it's 27 to 33 days. Alternating, so not straight, alternating with moon phase, days of the week, planetary hours, etc. So that 33 days is done over a 2.5 month period. Sometimes 3 months, depending on if I'm doing it in how many increments, if I'm doing it in 1 day increment, 3 day increment, 7 day increment. So I wasn't even done with the full work, and I wasn't even getting paid for it. And this bitch had the audacity to be so goddamn fucking entitled and rude over work she was not even paying me for. So I told her, we're done. I'm going to reverse everything that I've done. I said, and I'm going to make sure that your ex and this female stay together for a long time. And they're going to thrive. I'm going to make sure of it. You want to disrespect me and try to bully me and Gabby like I'm some weak bitch? One thing they'll ever do is talk to me like I'm some weak bitch. Like you're going to punk me. Like I am your slave, or I work for you as your employee. Like, yes, you're a client. Yes, I appreciate my client's business. Without you, I don't have a business. And I appreciate that. But I work my goddamn ass off for each and every one of you. I go well above and beyond with not only readings, but with spell work, with taking time in between my day to call some of you when there's an absolute necessity for it. Although nobody better not make it a habit to be, oh, can Sheree call me for 5 minutes? No. I will do that, not upon request, but when I feel, my spirits will let me know when I have to call somebody without them even messaging me. I will pick up the phone and call. And this has happened so many times with so many clients. And if any of them are in here, they can attest. I'll just get a feeling about a client, and I'll pick up the phone and call them. And sure hell enough, they needed me. I've done free work for people. I've done boosted work for people. Way, even after they manifested, and then they fuck it up, and it's not too long after, the end of the spell work took place, I went back and boosted it up just to get it back on track and not charged. I've done a lot. I paid clients fucking vet bills when they couldn't afford a $4,000 vet bill, and their cat was about to die. And that had nothing to do with my work or what I worked with them with in the past, which was love work. It was separation work that already manifested a long time ago. I became good friends with that client, and I felt bad, and I just so happened to get a bad feeling about her and call her randomly on a Sunday morning, and I never do that. I don't want to be on the phone on my days off. I'm on the phone a lot in between my spell work. I'll call random clients that I feel the need to call, or when I do readings, especially. I'm not trying to be on the phone on my days off with anybody. But I woke up just really thinking about her. She didn't text me. She didn't ask me nothing. I called her, and she was in the animal hospital. And her cat had a urinary obstruction. And they wanted $4,000. And they wouldn't touch him or provide any relief until she paid. So I went ahead and fucking paid them. Now, and I told her not to worry about paying me back because I knew she couldn't. It would have been hard for her. Now, what fucking spiritualist goes that above and beyond? Nobody does that. Nobody. But yet, people like me get harassed by a bunch of anonymous trolls on the internet trying to ruin my name and my business. And yeah, I fucked them up. Yeah. But once you put something out on the internet, whether it's deleted or not, it never goes away. But yet people like this dumb bitch that extorted thousands of dollars, robbed thousands of dollars off this man. Nothing. She cares so much, you'll never find anyone like her. Aw, love you, babe. I try. It's just human decency. If you have it, if I have it, you're amazing. You're making me cry. Oh, I love you. Oh, don't cry. And I don't usually talk about my good deeds, because if you gotta show off good deeds, then it's not really a good deed. I keep my good deeds in silence. But that's just one out of hundreds of things that I've done for not just clients, but for people, but clients. And it had nothing to do with anything. And matter of fact, it was always like way after I even did any work for them. They needed help, and it was in my ability, I would help them. Now, of course, I would read my cards to make sure they're not bullshitting me, trying to play me. And believe me, if someone did like lie about some situation like that and took my money out of false pretenses, or my spirits would fucking demolish them. But I knew she needed my help because I woke up with her on my mind, and I called her, and sure enough. So I say all that to say, I fucked that bitch up. She deserved it. Her life's completely fucked. And I don't think that shit's gonna come off because she done fucking pissed my spirits off and disrespected them. Because she said, and I did give Santa that diamond bracelet, of course, as promised, like I always do. She said, when she was still kind of throwing subliminals at me a little bit after that, she said, oh, you know, when they think they got the best of you, but little, damn, Sadie, her farts are rank. She's farting up a storm. She said, when they think they got you, but little do they know that their spirits are submissive to Santita. Because death, you know, everybody dies. So she was basically saying my jinn are submissive to Santísima Muerte. Which jinn do die, but she is not the same saint of death that the jinns deal with as humans. She's the saint of death for humans, not for spirits of smokeless fire in a different realm. And they live hundreds of years, sometimes thousands of years. They don't have a lifespan like we do. Some jinns are thousands of years old. So she made that mistake. Hey, Coachella. She made that fucking mistake, disrespecting my spirits. And then that's when things went way, way worse for her. And her family got involved. Her family got dragged too. Don't disrespect the jinns. And Santita put her hands up because she knew. She knew everything I do is justified. And this woman's fucking extorted a man. She took advantage of his kindness. This man was nothing but kind and generous. And yeah, he was a bit of a pain in the ass. Yes, true. But there was no need just for him because she wanted to end the business relationship. She should be lucky that he didn't do it in a way that he bashed her all over. He still didn't bash her to this day. But if she keeps running her mouth about me, I will have to. I mean, what more can happen to you, bitch, other than you dying or ending up in prison in your wheelchair? I mean, you're already in a wheelchair, husbandless, fucking neck brace, fucking needing spinal surgery, all strung out on opiates. Kid having a mental breakdown, dad fucking breaking bones, and I wish the fuck you would try to talk shit about me publicly ever using my name, and I wish the fuck you would try to ever throw something at me again, or my husband, or my family, or my animals, because I swear to God, bitch, I went easy on you. That was nothing. That was candle work with a little bit of sihir, just a little bit. Now imagine if I went full force on your bitch ass. So try me if you want to. You were warned. You were fucking warned. Anyway, all right, y'all. I'm grateful there's someone like you that exists for real, for real. I'm grateful for each and every single one of you. And again, sorry for those I'm behind on readings on. For one thing, each and every one of you are a 2 to 3 hour ordeal. Please, please, when I do get to you, let's try not to go over an hour and a half. Please. I would like to keep it within an hour if that's possible. But at absolute most, an hour and a half. It's full moon. I might not even, we'll see, I might not even do readings tomorrow because full moon energy. I already worked all night before I came on here. I have a lot of work to do. So I'm gonna get to who I can. If it's not somebody that keeps me on for 3 hours. But please keep in mind that once again, your readings I did book as a courtesy, because you guys need it. But if you get nasty about it after all the extra hours and time, I always give each and every one of you. The only ones that I can't say that are the ones I've never read before. They're newbies. And I made exception for y'all too. But I made it clear, Gabby made it clear, you guys have to be flexible with your schedules. And if not, she wouldn't be able to book it. So the consultation, the mini consultations, the new people, you guys are different. Like, because you're new and you're not ones that keep me. It's usually my regulars that keep me 3 hours, okay? But so I'm talking about my regulars, and I love you guys. I made exceptions for you. I made exceptions for the new people, and the exceptions with the new people are just simply that with their schedule. Like, I gave you a date, I can't give you an exact time. The day I will call you on that date. It's just the schedule has to be, when I can get to you that day. And I'll keep trying to call. For my regulars that I made exceptions for, if I have to move you, you have to bear with me because sometimes I just don't have 2 and 3 hours to be on the phone. This does not apply to new people that I've never talked to before. This applies to my regulars. Because every single one of you, without fail, go well over time. And that's my fault too, because, I love talking to you guys, and I never want you feeling like you didn't get every question you needed answered. But if I move you, it's because I know I don't have the 2-3 hours that specific day. So I will get to each and every one of you. I promise. Bear with me. And yeah. I love you guys. I can't believe I stayed on this live for 3 hours, but it's been a long ass fucking time, so it was well overdue. I love you. I will, as soon as I am done with all my readings, I will give you guys the best pick of cards ever. And just a FYI, I was supposed to be closed for readings until further notice. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna keep doing them because they take up so much of my time. But I love you guys, so I am making exceptions. So anyway, but I love you. Thank you guys for joining. I'll do a part 2 on my history lesson. Be careful with these fake sihir practitioners that are not of Middle Eastern, North African, Arab descent. They're full of shit. They're culture vultures, and be careful even watching them because you don't want that energy attaching to you. Some of these people are literally getting their shit off of Google, and it's not accurate. So I love you guys, and to contact me, either go to www.arabianconjure.com and use the contact form, or just email me at arabianconjure@gmail.com. That might be a lot easier, just to email me. For products that you don't need consultation to purchase, or rituals that you don't need a consultation to purchase, just go to my website. I am going to be doing another group ritual I haven't decided. I'm planning one. I have the full videos for all the group rituals that I did. Make sure you look at my shorts, because all the rituals I posted in the shorts. I posted clips of it because I just had the ick about posting the whole thing. Now that enough time has passed, I'm gonna go back and probably post the rituals from like the full video from like Valentine's Day and all the other rituals. Now that some months have passed, but the clips are all in the shorts of the YouTube channel if you guys haven't seen it. So comment if you guys want me to post the full video. Now that some time has passed, I think it should be okay. But let me know if you guys want to see it. Anyway, I love you guys so much, and I will see you in the next one. Chat GPT-2, LOL, this guy on TikTok was doing a research engine there. What, Chat GPT? Hold on. Chat GPT, Gabby did make it clear. What, somebody was literally using Chat GPT to get sihir on there? You gotta be kidding me. Listen, Chat GPT is AI, but all it does is it does research from the internet. It doesn't mean that it's accurate. If somebody is getting sihir from Chat GPT, that is hilarious. It's scary because that is extremely dangerous. And all it's doing is it's taking research that you would do on your own on these websites and just taking what it can find. You can use ChatGPT for a lot of things, for research and a lot of different things, but sihir is not one of them. That is something, there are old books in Arabic on sihir. I won't say the names of them, but if you know, you know. And there's even a couple in English that are pretty good as well. But there's no way in hell ChatGPT is accurate. with any jinn magic. And be fucking careful. You still need to know the commands, the spoken commands. So even if you, by some miracle, found a proper ta'weez on ChatGPT, you still have to know how to the proper protocol to the jinn, how to welcome them in your home, how to give them your talib, and how to release them. Because if you don't do that properly, you can put yourself in very, very, very big danger, along with your animals, your loved ones. You can literally set your house on fire. And this is why I don't show my conjurations, my ta'weezes, my sihir, because if somebody tries to do something with it and they do it wrong, you're going to insult the jinn for one, and you're going to get fucked up. Don't say I didn't warn you. I love you guys, and I will see you in the next one. I'm going to get off for real this time. Toodles, bitch! And thank you for all the super chats.